Like, okay. Boy, right there. Bro. You're like, so this year, you know, I'll resist this.
It's pretty crazy. I'm a researcher, so he do the same shirt. It's not the same shirt he was wearing that day.
But it's like it.
But it's, yeah, it's awesome.
That is really weird.
No.
You live.
He and his girlfriend were on too. Sunday. Clear that.
News item like.
Yeah, it was like. He's never.
Yeah, there were, I remember.
Well, I don't think it's too far off.
Right.
So. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a presentation.
Really?
I mean, it's based on like his growth.
Really boring.
One of three.
That's not fair. That's not shorter, I guess.
He's got a, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Around or.
No, you're the first. But we are first. He's in the park unit right now. What's the name of your bring them up? Like, he's fine. He's
A year old. Straight away.
okay, board. I think they're really close. Go ahead and get started. While they get set up with another presentation. So I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 15th, 2022. And we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sammy, Utah. First item on our study session is board meeting logistics. And I would like to just express our appreciation to our IT team and to everyone that's participating in the meeting tonight for their patience. And the IT team is working. As you can tell, we have moved back into this board study room, which is something that we have missed the last couple of years. And so just wanted to recognize that, and we're grateful that they've been able to reconfigure some of the audio visuals so that we can also live stream our meetings. I know our members of the public have been very actively following the work of the board through the live stream service. And so we're grateful for that, that engagement, that level of engagement, and grateful that it can continue. while we meet here in this room. So that's part of the board meeting logistics. Also, board, there is, we need to talk a little bit about some of our upcoming board meetings. So just more immediately, looking at the meetings coming up in June, we have a meeting scheduled for June 7th and June 21st. And there's been so June 21st is kind of tentatively, we're looking at a roundtable meeting, but a couple of board members aren't going to be able to be here. So I'm asking, does June 7th work for a roundtable? Is that okay with everyone?
I don't have a mic. Unlike some people.
Okay.
I haven't planned my life out that far. All I do is plan until like, June 1st when I get out of school, and then I start planning on life.
Calendar's bad.
I know, that's you, Mont.
So we already have a meeting that day, so
Yeah,
it's just changing it
just
to
right, yeah, roundtable. It's more a roundtable meeting rather than a regular board meeting. So that's right, because we'll be doing the budget. So that means the 21st, we could do the budget hearing, right?
One of those where I'm out of town.
Oh, are you not here on the 21st either? Okay.
I could maybe have Gary or
You're
something.
gonna have to do
What's the
14.
last one of May?
Yeah, second meeting in May.
Be a little too early. But we can.
What about the
Could
fourth?
we just stop for a public hearing at 7?
We had that to be the only business item on the 7th.
Too.
All right. Thank you. Okay, and then also in your envelope there, folder, there is a draft schedule for the 22-23 year. And we get 23 and 24.
It's really 23,
This is only 23.
Oh, 23, 24, sorry. It's,
Yeah.
my heading is wrong. Okay, that's okay. So we've already approved the 22-23 schedule. And so this will be a first look at the 23-24 schedule. And we don't really need to talk about it, but look at and compare with your personal calendars. And if there's any concerns or issues, then let us know and we'll bring it back for formal approval at the next board meeting. Any questions on that? Yes.
I will not be at your next board meeting, but I will send you my problem with it.
Okay. Sounds great. Okay. Not great that you won't be here, but great that you'll send me the information.
Either one could work well.
Okay,
I think it's
thank
great.
you.
I won't be here, but
Okay.
whatever.
All right, and then yeah, so bring that back. And then just a reminder that the meeting here in the study room, it's great because we're around the table, we can see each other and stuff, but still, I think for purposes of people listening on live stream as well as conducting the meeting, if you please just kind of indicate to me when you would like to ask a question or make a comment. Sometimes we get focused when the presenter's up there and it's hard to see someone is trying to, make a comment. So I'd appreciate if we could keep that same practice going. Okay, any questions on this? The logistics. Okay. All right, that concludes that item. And now we will move next to the Arts Consortium report. And we will turn time over. Is Sherry here? There she is. Welcome, Sherry Jorgensen, the district arts specialist.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm always grateful to talk to you about arts and advocate for students. As you know, Canyons District was formed by a vote of the people in November 2008 general election. And while the district didn't become official until July 1st, 2009, many steps began right away to ensure a good upcoming school year. One of those things was to survey the communities on what was important for them to see in the new district. That survey indicated a lot of interest in music and other arts programs. And as a result, I was the first content specialist hired coming on board in March of 2009. Soon after, the Arts Consortium was created and made public through a newspaper article about the newly formed district. I was tasked with being the chair of that group and to develop a mission statement, purpose, and plan. The consortium meets quarterly, and it's a relatively small group consisting of school board members. We're in right now, Amanda and Nancy, who are participating with that, arts teachers from different levels and arts contents, community arts members, as well as parents. The purpose is to promote the arts and provide recommendations and ideas for improving arts opportunities within the district. We have been able to create some great partnerships through these efforts. For example, Sandy City Elementary Art Show is now open to all Canyons Elementary students, as opposed to only those whose school boundaries are in Sandy City. The Canyons Youth Symphony does a side-by-side joint concert every spring with the American West Symphony that has proven to be really beneficial for both groups. We have formed other partnerships and created opportunities as well, although most of them are outside of the school day. As a part of the consortium work and my work in general, we regularly go over arts enrollment data. I've presented some of that data to the school board in the past. While there are requirements of 1.5 credits of arts for high school graduation and 1.0 units of arts required for middle school, for the most part, arts courses have always been viewed as elective. So as an elective teacher for 30 years, I know how important enrollment is for job status. Unlike required content, elective teachers have to be really good and go above and beyond in order to maintain student interest and therefore enrollment. Some people may view that as building a program, but I view it as quality instruction and helping students to build upon previous skills, much like we do in any content. I want to tell you a personal story concerning enrollment in the arts. I knew when I was a sophomore in high school that I wanted to be a music teacher. I started band in the 6th grade and continued all through junior high and high school. My sophomore year, I also added an audition choir class to my schedule. In the spring of my junior year, the counselor told me I couldn't continue to take both choir and band my senior year, as chemistry was only offered during those same time slots. Academics were also important to me. I graduated 6th in my class. Thank you. The counselor went on to tell me that I needed to focus more on academics for college and less on electives, and the master's schedule was forcing me to do so. So in typical Jorgensen fashion, I somewhat politely told my counselor that I was going to college to major in music, and I wanted and needed choir and band and chemistry. Needless to say, the master's schedule was adjusted and chemistry was offered during additional time slots. I did indeed take all 3 courses my senior year. I felt very prepared for college and for being a music major. The purpose of this story is just to remind us that we don't always know students' ambitions or interests, or what keeps them motivated, what sparks their curiosity or creativity, or where their talents may lie. As the consortium has discussed enrollment, many I wonders have been brought up. So rather than speculate on the many reasons why students do or do not take an arts class, the idea of a survey was brought up. There was discussion about surveying students, teachers, and parents, and we decided to start with students. Thus, the arts elective survey was created and distributed to students this past December and January. The purpose was to identify student interests as well as identify barriers that may prevent students from taking elective courses. And so now I'm going to turn the time over to our program evaluation department, because they're the ones who did the analysis of the data and compiled the results. So Laura and Julie.
Everyone, I know most of you. I'm Laura Heafield. I'm the program evaluation coordinator at the Department of Instructional Performance. Holly, I'll have her introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie Stephen Lindsay. I was one of the first secondary achievement coaches in 2013 school year. And then unfortunately had to move, but moved back and now I'm returning as a program evaluation specialist. So very nice to meet you all.
So Julie and I were tasked with creating the survey with Terry's guidance. And even though the focus was to get input on arts electives, we expanded it to include all electives so that we'd have a bigger picture of what was happening in our district. First, I'm going to talk about the middle school survey. We did a middle school and a high school survey.
You're fine.
So first, I want to talk about the middle school response rate, which was astronomical, 60% participation of students. So kudos to our middle school principals and teachers. That's pretty good representation across all of our middle schools.
Shout out to Butler. Same.
That's really good.
As percentage.
So we can be very confident in the middle school student results. So some of the highlights, you have the full report in the full box that you can dive in a little more. One of the things is when we asked what student interest level was by content area, their number one choice was visual arts. 45, almost 46% said that was they very much were interested in visual arts. Some of them are shaded in red, and these are ones that more than half of students that they were not at all interested in. Some of these fall into our arts category of music, dance, and choral music, which suggests that they're interested in a small portion of our students, right? When we asked why they might not take an art elective in middle school, the number one reason was I did not have room in my schedule. I'll closely by advice from my family. What was concerning is almost 20% said I was worried I wouldn't be good at it. So this kind of alerts us that there's some anxiety going on with students, maybe some self-perception of I'm not going to be good at it, so I'm going to try to do it. So that was a little concerning. So one of the being talking with friends, not surprising. We also asked how important electives were to students, and both our electives and other electives were very important, and we were very satisfied with the offerings at their schools. So some of the results, summary, response rate, highest interest was in visual arts, PE, health, and that was actually reversed for students identifying as male and female. Male preferred PE. Facts and world languages. A majority of students were not at all interested in choral music, dance, instrument music electives. And the primary reason they were not taking arts was not enough room in schedules and the family. And I mentioned the fear of not being good at it. They value. Any quick questions on middle school before I jump into high school? High school highlights. Our response rate was very low. We only had 21% respondents, and it was very across schools. So we have to kind of take caution in interpreting these results because they may not be representative of all of our high school students. So just kind of keep that in mind as you're looking at those results. Good comment? No.
No, it was me. I was just saying those are kind of low numbers.
Very low. And I think we even gave them 2 extra weeks. Some of the highlights, They too rated visual arts as the highest interest level in electives. They had similar top rated ones, world languages up there, math is up there as well. Social studies, obviously it's not a middle school elective, but that was one of the top choices as well. I forgot to mention that the top 4 middle school interest levels matched our enrollment patterns. This does as well with visual arts, world language, and facts. Social studies is reflect that in our enrollment pattern. So how they were, I'm sorry. Content areas. Again, the ones that are in pink are more than 50% of students said they were not interested. So again, small numbers of students are actually interested in some of the choral music, dance, etc. How they selected their electives was probably interesting. First choice is personal interest and enjoyment, which one would expect. To meet graduation requirements was the second highest. And I didn't like advice from family members. So the very last one for high school students is this advice from school. I was stunned. My perception of what school counselor does is help students prepare their electives. So again, their reasons for not taking a high school art elective class was number one reason was I did not have room in my schedule. Same class at the same time period, and third was they weren't in the arts. 1% said I was worried I would not be good at it. Same thing we saw at middle school. 22 electives were important, arts and other areas. So this is all summary. So some takeaway. So some of the variables that are in play that Sherry already mentioned are things like FTE allotment, some of the state requirements for coursework and credits. And then we also have the limitation of school schedules and trying to fit everything into it. And there are variations across our school sites, obviously. There are some other, what I would call easier targets to manipulate. Those would be big rocks to move. But there are some other things that kind of came out in the survey that we could consider impacting. One is the prerequisites to an elective course sequencing. One is how we're communicating with families and with students about electives. Another is looking further at student interest level. And fourth is how the teacher-student relationships impact students. Here are some thoughts in terms of those smaller rocks that were TBE. So what are the factors that might be impacting students' level of interest in elective courses that currently have that low interest? Or have a high interest among a low number of students? How can we maybe change that interest level, making things more interesting to a larger group of students? Although they commented on no room in my schedule as a more cited reason, we're not enrolling in an arts elective. I'm not really sure what that means. So obviously it could mean that I would like to take more electives, but I can't because it doesn't fit in my schedule. It could mean I got the electives I wanted, so I'm not taking any more, my schedule's full. Or it could mean, don't give me anything else to do, please. So we really don't know what that means, but we could dive further into kind of their reasoning for what that class. Third one, since family advice was a commonly cited reason, are there adjustments in how we're conveying information about elective offerings being communicated to our families and so that they can make informed decisions and not just sit in the something. Fourth, does the purpose of electives need to be clarified and communicated? And is the consensus around the purpose of electives? And is the purpose of electives the same at middle school and high school? And could we do a better job of getting consensus on what an elective means at those two levels and making sure everyone understands? My sense is, since family advice was a common reason, is we give our kids, this, it was great, so you should take it too. Or they don't really understand now that the world has expanded a lot, with the offering choices, what that means for their child. Another consideration is the process of elective selection and registration. Some of the open comments from students were, I didn't get the choice I wanted. I wanted this class, but I didn't get it. Or I registered too late, so I just got assigned, so I hate my class. So is there some adjustment that we make sure that there's an equitable offering to all students that get an opportunity to their desire? And then on that prerequisites, so if we have advanced courses that are understandable, so the student really wants that content area, fits in their schedule, but they don't have the prerequisite, could we make some adjustments in those expectations or provide some scaffolds? And then our elective courses with low enrollment and such as that, for teacher-student relationship or poor class employment. We know that word spreads quickly about don't take this class because it's mean, et cetera, et cetera. So kind of combating some of that relationship stuff. And then lastly, the thing that was surprising in terms of not being good at something, is there some messaging we can do for students to kind of lose their competencies to try and continue middle school and the high school level. So that's it in a nutshell. I talked really fast.
A nutshell full of just some amazing information. Yes, thank you.
So Gary's here to address questions.
For them, whatever they need.
All right, so board questions, comments, yeah, I think this is really the tip of an iceberg of a lot of good information and, as we've been working on the strategic plan, this whole concept of the role of electives in a student's experience has been at the forefront of conversations. So this is very helpful. I think there are a couple of questions and comments. Mr. Wrigley?
So first off, thank you. This is very good information. I was trying to take a look at it and see the trends and stuff. On physical education, did you break that out? Did they, because we talk physical education, a large number of our kids are in wrestling or in basketball or in whatever, which are really electives versus just a regular general class. We didn't break that out in this category, did we?
So when they made their choices, we have the content area. So we had said PE health, and then we gave examples of courses so that they didn't.
Yeah, it would be,
PE health means.
it would be interesting. The reason I was to do this, I was going to make an analogy basically to music and choir and the instrumental. I would suspect we've got about 22% in instrumental. We probably have about 22 to 25% of our kids that are in competitive sports that fall into that. So when we look at that, those kids in schools that try different things, you're either in the choir group or you're in the jock group or whatever group you're in when you're in school, I think that really sort of interesting. We're providing that for any kids. However, it's really interesting when you took a look at the instrumental music, 22% chose to go to instrumental music. Only 23% wanted language arts. So language arts wasn't very popular either, but we were forced to have that. So it was interesting to see on this. I am finding though, and as you said on the questions, we looked at the questions, is they were afraid to come out. They were afraid to audition. My wife and I own a small publishing company. We're finding more people are now going to Spotify and being passive participants in the arts rather than active. We're selling less music. We're selling less sheet music. We're seeing less people even moving that direction. They're just moving towards the passive arts, which is sort of sad. And maybe in the district, if we could sort of try to push the active arts so that they're not lost in the next generation. Because I think from what I've seen over the last 10, 12 years, we've had this business. It's amazing. We were selling quite a bit and then sheet music goes down, which means that people just are not playing, because not participating. So I don't know how, as we look as a board and in the arts in general, how we sort of make sure that it doesn't become the dying arts, because the kids, it really helps them in going out on performance and putting yourself out there helps them a lot later on in college and career readiness, in that they're able to be more confident. And when they go out and make presentations and other stuff, where sitting back playing video games doesn't always cut it as far as giving those social emotional skills that you need to have. So thank you for doing this. It's some really rich information. I wish the high schools would have given us more, because we have to do this again with this low number. It's not very accurate.
Can I make a comment on or what you were talking about? When I saw that the instrumental numbers were, as far as interest, were about double of the vocal numbers, choir numbers, that really surprised me, because everybody knows that it costs money to play an instrument. And so my initial thought was a lot of families who didn't feel they could afford it would, that would be way down low compared to choral. But then when I saw the confidence level thing, I didn't think I'd be good at it. Well, everybody knows you can't play an instrument until you start, right? People know that. They don't expect you to be good at an instrument right off the bat. But most people have sung since they were a little kid, off and on. And so people kind of expect you to be better at that because you've done it before. And so this has really, and will lead to some really rich conversations with the teachers, I think, in terms of their expectations. And are we teaching kids how to sing better, or are we teaching songs? Are we teaching kids how to be a better dancer, or are we just teaching choreography? It's those kinds of conversations that I think are going to really enrich our arts courses and our instruction.
My wife asked the question because she looked over it too. She was asking the question, so how many of our elementary schools now really have a choir? So that they're learning that at a young age. How many have a plays? A lot of the kids that, when my wife was in there, did plays and choir, and the kids went on to high school and to college to do the arts. So are we providing that at the elementary level so that it actually feeds into the middle school and the high school? Or are we seeing, if we're not in all the areas, it may be affecting our high schools?
Well, COVID put a big hit on choirs. As you know, choir actually came out as the big no content, from the state and everything, after that super spreader event in Washington State. And so that really didn't help the cause at all. And so a lot of our elementary schools stopped doing choirs because of that, and other things as well, obviously. And now we do have a few schools that are going back into that, but I was not surprised to see that visual art was the top. We discussed this at our Arts Consortium meeting last week, because we have 23 out of our 30 elementaries plus Jordan Valley that have a visual art program. And it can be done individually. So during COVID, it was easy to carry on visual art because it's an individual thing. But during COVID, it's difficult to be an ensemble. It's difficult to be a choir, a band, a dance company, a theater. Those things are difficult to do because they're ensemble oriented. And I do believe COVID made a difference. How much of a difference? I don't know. We would just be speculating. But it has definitely made a difference.
Thank you, Clarine.
So speaking of speculation, so when I started teaching 100 years ago, we had to take methods in music, methods in art, music in dance, methods in dance and methods in drama. And we were expected to teach all of those in our curriculum somewhere during the day. And so the kids were exposed to singing in the classroom a lot, and doing drama and doing dance and doing art. I know we've pretty well stuck with the arts because it's not very hard to have a teacher come in, and we have that program, I can't remember the name of it, where the parents can actually do the art part of teaching that. But when you look at they're not being exposed starting elementary, then why would the students not have some reserve about how good they would be at drama, or how good they would be at singing, or how good they would be at dance. Because they have no exposure to it. It's like saying, okay, you're gonna take trigonometry in middle school, but you haven't really learned anything but basic math. And so hopefully with our strategic plan, we can start integrating those back into, like, in my classroom, we always sang the phonics stuff because we could sing them and then highlight them and then use them during the day. And so there's just lots of ways to integrate those 4 things if we just do it, right? But I don't know if the elementary teachers that are coming out of college right now get that same background. I don't know that they have to take methods in drama and methods in music and methods in art and methods in dance. So that means if we want to have that exposed to them, we have to start some PD days that are those kind of days, like even using, I forgot the name again.
Like Arts Express.
No, not Arts Express. So,
The masters.
Brain boosters.
no, who's the group from the state that they
Beverly Taylor.
Beverly Taylor, when teachers can work with them in a PD, in a PLC, there's a lot that can come from that, because we had dance at our school and we met with them and we did science through dance, and those kids scored high on their RISE test that year, was H, but really high because they had it integrated through the dance. So hopefully, as a board, we can keep working on that strategic plan and keep moving that exposure in the elementary. So maybe then they won't feel like they don't know enough or aren't good enough or have no idea about doing those things.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, I mean, we have a lot of work to do in this area. Let's see, Holly, and then.
So 2 thoughts I had with this presentation. I think the not enough room in the schedule means 2 totally different things at the middle school versus the high school, because at the high school level, we have graduation requirements where the kids are required to take certain electives. So even though they have more periods of the day, they have required electives. And then at the middle school, we don't have required electives, but we have a very different schedule where they have less periods in the day. So going along with actually what Clarine said, I mean, in elementary school, we have brain boosters and they rotate through these classes. And then we get to middle school, and because of some schedule restraints, it's like there isn't exploration time necessarily. And so it makes sense that at the high school level, they're saying, I don't know that I would be good at that, because if they have gone through all of middle school and had 0 exposure, and then to get to high school and try to do that, that's a lot more intimidating. So just, I'd be interested to see a follow-up question with the high school with room in the schedule, because I would think it would be related to the fact that they have those required electives. And then it makes me wonder, it's almost like we have it flipped. The exploration should most likely come earlier in the middle school years. If these children then want to go ahead and be competitive, right, as they go to competitions and things at the high school level, probably the exploration should start sooner.
Kind of goes back to what I was saying about the purpose of electives at the 2 levels.
If you look at the individual school data, you'll notice that Albion Middle School has about a 24% strongly interested in vocal music. There's a couple of things happening up there that are a little different. One is they have a very dynamic teacher, and we know that the teacher makes a big difference in any content. And the other thing is they have that arts wheel, which does allow kids more exposure to choir. How much is dependent on one or the other, of course, we don't really know, but those 2 things are a little more unique.
Okay, what?
If anybody's in front of you.
Oh, go ahead.
I look at this, you have up there, I'm looking choral music in the high school level, you've got 11.2% that are very interested in it. And then I move over to somewhat, and I've got another 18. So I'm sitting at, roughly 29%. Is that right? Is my math bad? That's about right. About 29% that are somewhat or better interested in choral music. And what's the old saying that the optimist sees the glass as half full? Pessimist sees it as half empty, and the CPA sees it, wants to know why there's so much surplus capacity in the glass. Okay, but I look at our high schools, and let's round them down to say you've got a couple of thousand kids in a high school, and you have almost 30%. You've got probably 500 to 600 kids in a high school that are interested in choral music. You should be able to build a pretty good choir program out of that many kids.
I think you're exactly right.
And probably the same thing, that if you look at the numbers on instrumental, you'll look at, I think that you've got still a strong enough base to build a pretty good program if
all the stars
schedule-
align so that it fits in.
if the schedule fits.
Yeah, because I hear a lot of stories from the teachers telling me that, and again, this is not scientific, it's just conversations I have with teachers where they'll say, yeah, I can ask my class and I've got 100 kids that are interested and only 30 actually make it into my class. So that's where the stars aligning, kind of comes into play.
So to me, it seems like it's a fit issue, not a demand issue.
Could be, yeah, I don't know.
And at the high school level, remember, we only had 20%. So for all we know, they were all choral. Who knows? I mean, it's just a very.
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay, I think a couple other quick questions, because really, like I said, this is tip of the iceberg, and it's just, you're just beginning to have some really productive conversations on this topic. Amber and then Amanda.
So thank you for all this. This was really great. I do have a question because I thought our middle schools actually had requirements for the classes they have to take. Okay,
Do you want me to tell you what they are right now?
Yes.
Okay, I have the paper right here.
great. Cindy, you're.
I know, look at my papers. So besides the core English, science, social studies, history, they are supposed to take at least one course in each of the following, and this is specific for 7th and 8th grade because of how we moved into 6th. So health, college and career awareness, which we moved down to 6th grade, digital literacy, the arts, and PE. So they're supposed to take at least one in each in 7th or 8th grade. So that's what the state accounts for. So when I look at the data from the middle schools, that's why some of them, they've embedded those requirements with their core as one of their required, so they have fewer choice electives. So, yeah.
So I love this survey, and it actually surpassed my expectations. I have felt for a long time that it was really important for us to ask the students what they think. And I was surprised at how high the percentages were for students saying that electives are really important to them. And I was also surprised by how many said they couldn't take them because they couldn't fit in their schedule. It surpassed my expectations. The other thing that was a big takeaway for me is the social and emotional piece. When we look at so many students that are saying that they aren't taking classes because they are afraid that they won't do well, to me, that's a red flag. As a parent with a child with anxiety who has now received professional help with exposure therapy, there is nothing better to help kids with their anxiety than to have them try something that is outside of their comfort zone and do it successfully. When they are not having those experiences, their propensity towards anxiety increases and increases and increases over time. And I really feel like we're cheating our kids of the opportunity for them to learn that social and emotional skill set by not giving them lots of those experiences. One of the things that I feel like is important for all the rest of the board members to know, as being on the consortium, we had access to look at all of the data, including the open-ended responses from the students. And I was amazed at how many of them wrote about their arts and elective courses and what they meant to them. They were very eloquent and very specific. And I'm going to read some of them here, and I want you to think of this through a social and emotional lens. It's an amazing class to be peaceful. I was always really, and these are middle schoolers, by the way, they're not high schoolers. I was always really into drawing and art and want to look into a job doing art. I like to dance. It makes me happy. I love to play the cello. It makes me happy. They are fun and educational, and I feel I can be myself in them. I love arts and theater. Theater is fun and interactive, and arts are calming and quiet, which I love. I get to express my emotions. I like that many of them are creative and expand my image of things. I get to be creative and express myself. I can move. I learn new things that will help me when I am an adult. I love that I get to be creative and be me. In dance, I have freedom. I like the physical movement and creating something great and working with my hands. They are fun and let me express myself and make me happy. They are very fun and inspirational. You are able to learn lots of new skills, and most of the electives are a really fun way to express yourself. I love the ability to create and express when I am in dance, and I love how I can put magic on the page when I am in my ELA electives and transfer to another world. This is just like a fraction of what these kids wrote. And I keep thinking about everything that they've gone through during the pandemic. To me, this is critically important that we're making sure that they have access to these experiences. It's a very important part of their emotional work. So that's my major takeaway. I'm really grateful for all the work you did. I know it took a long time to put this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent?
So just briefly to follow up on that, looking at this from a couple of ways, and there's one aspect I think that I'm not offering any solutions, but is part of this equation. First is on the social emotional part. I agree with Amanda's assertion. You think about the mental health crisis we've been in and what will draw our students, back to school where they've been kind of off the grid for so long. I think this is key to get our students re-engaged. Secondly, we're down 1,000 students in enrollment. And so thinking about ways that we can be creative to attract students back into the district, I think this has to be part of the equation. Thirdly, and I know this is a whole nother thing to discuss, but rethinking DLI and its impact on not just the impact it has in each individual school, but the amount of FTE that we're committing to a program that really supports a small number of students. I'm not taking away how important that is, but when you look at our middle schools and the impact it has on FTE and how that affects the arts, that has to be part of that conversation. And on a bigger scale, thinking about what is the end game for DLI students. Is the purpose to achieve college credit? Is it a career pathway? Last week, as I mentioned to some of you, I spent some time in Davis School District at their Catalyst program and looking at some ideas around working with national security and targeting. And you saw on the survey, world languages is there. What is the end game for students that really want to pursue that? And if we're going to stay committed to the number of FTE that we're dedicating to that small number of students, are we really getting the value that initially the district set out to achieve when we started DLI? So I know that's not probably the most popular part of this conversation, but when you're thinking about reducing enrollment and expanding programs, and I think we all, seem to agree that electives are a big part of that. I'm just not sure how we pay for all of it to make it all fit. And that's one area that I think we have to really evaluate closely along with the arts themselves. So just a couple of those.
Thank you. Clarine and then Holly, and then we probably ought to wrap it up.
So along with what Rick's saying is we've always had this discussion about ESL students. And I know like at Mount Jordan, when I look at their schedule and we have these ESL students or even resource students who are doing a reading and then a reading and then a reading, and then they can't even get into an elective because of the fact that they are in the schedule of trying to learn reading and even in math, the same thing, like the regular math class and the remedial math class reading. And like I said before, there's many ways to learn to read. And if they could get it out of the one reading class, because I'm telling you that all through elementary, we've been working on that reading, and it hasn't worked by giving them remedial reading and more reading. If we can get them into a singing class that they can sing and enjoy, that is, meaningful to them, they will learn to read. And so I don't know, looking at the Albion thing and the art well and how they actually get those students engaged in the art well. Back to your statement, this isn't an easy fix, but I think you have to look at that piece too, because those students are stagnant. They're not growing. We're not getting significant growth out of them. And so along with that, what are we doing with those little ESL kiddos that are?
Holly?
Along with talking about electives and arts, I just wanted to emphasize when we're talking about the mental health piece, there's something that's achieved in these elective classes. And I think for a very long time before COVID hit, our youth have kind of been at battle with being connected to one another and their peers and what happens with their screens and technology. And one thing that electives provides, whether it's orchestra or a lacrosse team or debate or drama, all of the members of that class are working in unity towards a common goal. And they are able to establish these connections and relationships and really build a community with each other. And so all the while this is happening, it allows our kids to focus and excel in something that excites them and drives them, and is what keeps them finding joy in their school experiences. So I just wanted to remind us that as we look at these electives, that we need to remember, that there's a bigger picture as to how that helps our kids socially and how that helps them feel connected to one another. And this is a battle that we're going to continue to face with technology and with screens. And it's increasingly more difficult to have collaborative work in general with kids. And so those electives provide that and provide those friendships and that common goal and that community. And I think that's something we need to also think about.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll be in touch because, as you can see, this is something that's very important to the board. So thank you for providing us this information and your analysis of it. That's very much appreciated.
Great. And Holly, thank you for that comment. Can I just say, I was at Draper Park yesterday morning, and on their choir room, in the choir room on the wall, it says choir, the place where friends become family. And that's what happens with a sports team, a debate team, anything that's a team. And I think that's critical.
Thank you. Okay, next, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but let's, next we'll turn to the next item, Draper Park schedule discussion. And board, I'll remind you that this is it is a first reading, and the administration is presenting information that the board had requested. And so I will ask you to keep your comments and questions till after the presentation, and that we're not making any decisions tonight, but the purpose of the discussion tonight is to receive this information and then let the administration know if there's additional information that the board needs for the next discussion on this topic. So with that, I will turn the time over to Cindy Hansen from the School Performance Department.
I brought Dr. Watts. Well, I didn't bring him, but he agreed to be here. And our name. And I just wanted to kind of throw a little piece in about electives. I know as Clarine was in elementary school singing, my brain immediately went to Mr. Martin in the 5th grade, and I can sing you the Erie Canal, and I can sing you Horse with No Name. And we didn't have a lot of educational singing, but we did a lot of singing that I can't remember 5 minutes ago, but I do remember that. Okay, So Draper Park, just an overview of the things that I was asked to provide for you. So we're looking just kind of briefly, a lot of this you already, I'm sure have looked at, so we won't spend a lot of time going over each little piece, but the schedules, both the Bell schedule and the master schedule, looking at the elective options and the number of students who actually enrolled in each class, the current options, and then what they've enrolled for next year. Looking at the FTE allocations, those are quite different for Draper Park from our current year to next year. Then looking at their academic performance, you can clearly see the COVID piece and where that's impacted them. The intervention classes, acceleration classes and supports, and then also just a few differences between 6th and 7th period schedules. And then we added a few slides with some other scheduling options that we can look at. So this is their current 6th period day. They start at 7:30, as we know, and it just has each lunch. There's 3 lunch periods. And then their master schedule is there, if you want to link on that, where it has the whole big, every teacher's, individual schedule. I won't take time for that now. And they're currently building that. So just last week, they got their final allocations for their FTE. I know Chip had to make some shifts in what he was going to spend with his land trust and his TSSA funds to be able to offset some of those changes. And then did you end up having to OT transfer teachers?
Just barely no.
Just barely no. So that process happened. So now they can kind of settle in and start building their board based on, and those things that they just got last week. This was just, I included it. It's the stuff that you just basically went through, but these are specific Draper Park results. They really mirror the middle school results. The top 4 classes were visual arts, PE, world language, and facts. So you had the same results. So as you look in the data I'm going to share with what they actually enrolled in, it's reflective of those top choices you can see in the numbers that the kids chose. So here's where we are this year currently, and I just kind of put there in parentheses. So students have a 1, just in 6th grade, they have 1 credit. Keep in mind, that's because the CCA class, that's kind of the non-core required, is already in one of their requirements. So they have CCA as well as their 4, and then they have 1 additional. The dual language students, that's a full credit. So it makes it, a harder choice for them. So they do have 14 elective choices, and you can see here again, art foundations, which is drawing 1 or art 1, 245 students. You can see in theater, quite a few, PE, high numbers. And then when we look at our dual language for this year, and one thing to keep in mind at Draper Park, because they have 2 programs, you have 2 teachers in each language, right?
Yes.
So there's two full-time teachers in the French and 2 full-time teachers in the Chinese at that point. So 7th and 8th grade, a lot of the elective options cross, so they can choose them, either grade to take. So here they would have, they have health already built into their required classes. So that takes a 0.5, and then they would have 1.5 additional to choose. And then again, DLI is 1 for the language class, and then it's a 0.5 for the culture and literacy class that they can take either in 7th or 8th grade. Most do that in 7th grade. But when you look over to the far side over here, only 8 students took the culture and literacy class for French and only 11 in Chinese. And I'm suspecting that's partly to regain that 0.5 elective choice. But you can see again, art, 74, 99, ceramics. They love the ceramics there. I want to see some of the tutoring.
He's a good teacher.
Yeah.
Good teacher.
Interactive, and it's going
She is
on.
a good
So 203 students, and then you can see through the band, the choir band, et cetera. It's reflective of what their survey results were. 8th grade, of course, they get all of the options from 7th grade, but then there are some specific, more advanced classes, the advanced art, the advanced theater, manufacturing tech. And manufacturing tech, what is the specifics of that? What do they do in that?
They design and manufacture small projects in our materials processing lab. It's not a
Nice.
workshop per se. But they do build gumball machines and boomerangs and all sorts of different projects like that.
So that's us. So next year, and I put there, our enrollment is down approximately about 116 students. So when you divide that by the FTE allocation of 26.3, you can see that there's quite a few. So again, the options and the amount of electives they have hasn't changed. Right now, this is the numbers that have signed up. I specified here, these were all grades because for the current year, they had kind of differentiated between 6, 7, 8, and right now they still are just in the process of all the numbers. So you can see that same kind of information. There's not a whole lot of difference except the overall number is a little bit lower. And then same with. So when you look at our options across all of our middle schools, they vary depending on whether it's a 6-period or 7-period day, depending on whether it's a DLI school or not. We only have 2 middle schools that do not have DLI programs, and those schools are Albion and Eastmont. Every other middle school has a DLI program in it. Draper Park and Butler each have 2. So they have French and Chinese. So that's going to impact some of their options as well. So I'm just going to kind of talk through Albion's a little bit because I'll show you their exploratory arts wheel. But otherwise, the information, the explanations are similar for all of them. So when you look at 6th grade in Albion, they have 9 choices. They have, again, 1 credit like Draper Park, and they can choose between the exploratory arts wheel, or they can choose 1 full year music class. So things like band 1, they can sign up for or audition for symphonic band. They have orchestra 1 or orchestra 2. So those are some of their options that they could take as a full year of music if they're more dedicated music student.
But if they have DLI, they don't have that choice.
They don't have DLI at Albion.
Oh, that's right, they don't have. Yeah.
So it's not an issue there. And they do have the PE 6th grade that it's already included as a required 0.5. And then they also have a quarter tech and a quarter fact. So they embed some things already into kind of their requirements. So those are elective classes, but the kids take them. 7th grade, 16 choices. They have 1.5 to choose from. PE is one of their 0.5 that they have prior to that. And then 8th grade, 19 choices at 1.5. So similar to 7th grade. And so Butler, you can see it's a little different because they do have the DLI. But the exploratory arts wheel. So our Dr. Hart, she's a creative sort. She's always got ideas and always thinking of different ways to approach things. So this kind of hails back to what we used to call TLC back in the day when 7th graders had to do their exploratory piece. And middle school really is about exploration and giving people or kids chances to see where they fit and what they like and how they can learn to really find their way. So what they can do, and kids, again, they can choose this as their one, or they can focus more in band, orchestra, etc. But they choose between those, or they get those 4. So music/choir, they have a creative writing debate, they have an intro to dance and a visual art. So they have kind of the benefits there. You can see on the sample school schedule or the student schedule. So their 1 period rotates through those 4 areas. And then they have their CCA and their PE that are already there as well. And then they have their 4 core. So you can see how that might look. It shows you what those teachers are, what their schedules look like, the choir teacher, the creative writing debate. So a lot of this depends on what your teachers are licensed to do, how your master board, your FTE allocations. There's a lot that goes into this whole process, but it talks, you guys mentioned collaboration. So this kind of gives them more opportunities to collaborate, to kind of decide what they may want to do in the future, find their way. So that is one option that's done at Albion. Then it just kind of goes through the same pattern. I'm not going to read through everything for you. But Eastmont and Indian Hills, these are 2 of our 3 7-period scheduled days. So you can see some of them may have up to 2 credits or 2.5 credits. Both, or Indian Hills is a DLI school, but Eastmont is not. Ms. Kurtzals does have some, we have AVID there. So she has the AVID elective required in 6th grade. So everybody is exposed to that kind of college and career mindset. Then you have Midvale, and then Mount Jordan is the third of our 7 period days. And then Union. So just kind of goes through that same pattern. So FTE allocations, just so you know how that works. So 26.3 students per period, which doesn't include their prep, right? So it's also, if it's a 6 period day, it's 26.3 over 6. So usually you're spreading that last 26.3 out among 5 other classes. So it's rarely that low. We wish that were really what it is, but it's never typically there. So this current year, Draper Park was allocated 61.25 FTE based on what we had as numbers. And we had an additional 0.917 allocation that we gave to offset some of their school needs and interventions and things they were trying to do. So additional, even at that point, additional staffing and mentors and instructional aides were paid for from our land trust and TSSA funds. This year, our enrollment is down. And so with that 116 fewer, and that number kind of goes up and down. And I know for one of the very first times in a long time, Dr. Watts has accepted lots of permits. Like, used to be kind of an, oh, we can't take any more, but you know, the permits he's accepted. So we have the big addition or change is that the 8th grade class going out is like 520, and the incoming class is what, 485 or something? Yeah, so 404. That's a big difference. So then next year, the most recent allocation Dr. Watts received was 56.5 based on enrollment, and then he was given additional 1 out of our ESSER funds, and he's now used additional funding from Land Trust and TSSA to offset that. And because we had kind of a little bit more money from those funds previously because of COVID, so we were allowed to carry over, he has more to actually offset than what he'll be able to sustain. So that's FTE. Academic data, just we'll go through this quickly, but as you look at 2018, 2019, which was our last little bit of sunshine before COVID hit, you can see there that the spring math RI or MI, 74.2% of students were proficient or advanced. And in the RI, 81.9% were proficient or advanced. And you can see the rise, 61, 73, 69. So as we look at the current or last year's data, you can see kind of where those differences are. So we have in 2019, 2020, we kind of had to stop at the winter because we didn't have any spring data. That's when the schools were closed. You look at the spring from last year, you can see you have the basic, below basic, proficient, advanced, and then the number proficient. Again, this is the fall. And then from the spring, you can see the percentage went from 27 to 62. So you can see the growth that was made over the course of a year in the math. And then the same thing for the reading, the growth that was made over the course of the year there. When you look at the academic data from last year, when you compare it to 2018, 2019, the rise for science went from 81.1 to 64. So from 2018-19 to 2021. Math from 73.9 to 61.5. And ELA, they raised from 69.7 to 73.6%. So again, just kind of drawing attention to what we know is that COVID had an impact, and we're in a place where we're wanting to keep making gains. And while we're seeing growth still, we want to get back up to those previous years' growth. And that just shows you. And I thought it was interesting in this one. We're at winter. So right now they have 56.1 proficient or advanced, 75% proficient or advanced in the RA. But the winter MI of 1920, there were 39% basic or below basic. And this year there's 43.3% basic or below basic. So while we're making some progress, our lower categories in the MI, we have more kids in the basic and below basic right now for our winter data. And in the RI in 1920, 26% were basic or below, and currently it's 23.7. So we're a little bit above where we were. So always room to grow and just things that you can be aware of. And this just shows you trends. So you can see kind of we stayed pretty steady between 2016 and 2019, and then nothing, and then kind of regrouping and regaining. Just so you know, there's a lot of interventions. Basically, as you look through this, most of them you're servicing your ML students, your struggling readers, students who need help with math. There's a lot of social emotional support with the mentors and check-in, check-outs, and trying to build relationships, giving them time to work with teachers, and having the social worker do some different things with them. So a big variety of different interventions that are designed both academically and both for their wellness.
Cindy, we're still talking about Draper Park.
Yes, this is all Draper Park.
Okay, I was just making sure we weren't talking about now all middle schools.
No. Okay. The only information that was more to all middle schools was just that little breakdown of
Getting my mindset.
and then acceleration. So we have honors in math and ELA. There's going to be some extension for 6th grade next year, some differences in how they get their honors designation. We have the Math Summer Bridge, which is an opportunity for those students advanced in math in 6th grade to do some courses, modules, and basically advance through 7th grade and join 8th grade math as 7th graders. So it better prepares them for advanced math classes when they're in high school. So those are some of the acceleration opportunities. And then lots of different clubs and extensions, things like Honor Society and Student Government, Viking Scholar, Chess Club, Club Thursday, where they do all sorts of different activities. So they have a lot of other things to engage students outside of just their academic coursework. Okay, so just some, and truly this is not comprehensive. I'm just kind of picked 3 categories between our current schedules of 6-period and 7-period days, just 3 ways that they're different. In a 6-period day, you traditionally have about 165.78 hours of instructional time per year in a full year class, because they're 60-minute classes. In a 7-period day, they're 50 minutes. And so your instructional time is 137.78 hours per year. So there is a difference of about 28 hours between those 2 schedules in terms of your core instructional time. Teacher class loads. You have in the 6-period day, you have 5 classes that you teach with a prep. So 32 on average. We know that that's going to vary per class and per period. Sometimes when it's the opposite, the big choir or band class, then that class is really small, and then other class periods are really big. It's rarely tidy. But your teacher load is 150 to 170 students a day, just kind of depending on that variety. In a 7-period day, they teach 6 classes at 31, and so their load is between 180 and 200 students per day. So there's some variety there. And I would say that is if you're doing like with a 7-period day and a 6-period day, this is core. So if you're an elective teacher on the 6-period day that does the AB elective block, you have twice as many students because you're basically seeing every student in that grade. In the 7-period day, they're not doing that. They're just semester classes. And a few of our middle schools, I think Draper Park is one that does semester electives. So they only see half of those students each semester rather than over the course, every other day. And then just the number of elective choices, we kind of went through this. So this is going to vary by school. Some DLI plays a big factor in how many additional choices they have for electives. So then these last few slides are just showing you a few different kinds of scheduling options, some that we looked at 5 years ago when we were reviewing different middle school schedules. So the 6-period option, I just included Butler's bell schedule so you could see it has a different start time, 7:55, still has 3 lunches, the class periods are still the same. A 7-period schedule, this is actually Indian Hills. bell schedule. And they're the latest start time of my middle schools. They start at 8:05. So it shows you Monday through Thursday, Friday, and then with the different lunches. And that's on a 50-minute period. And then this is a 7-period modified block. I don't know where WCHS is. It was a bell schedule, but it was the modified block. I know Sherry and I had a conversation about this. It's one that this schedule I taught on when I was at Murray High for many years. But when you look, there's a lot of different modified versions, but this was one we had looked at previously. It has 3 days. So in this case, they have Monday, Tuesday, and Friday that are all 7 periods, 45 minutes in this case. And then when you get to Wednesday and Thursday, that it's a block. So it's an A-B block there. So they have a 90-minute period for each of those days. So it gives them about 140 hours of instructional time, so a few more than a traditional 7. But because it's 7, you'll notice on the Thursday, they added an enrichment period. So that could be an intervention. It could be students go to other classes or other teachers for help or additional. You could have a lot of different ways that you would do that. And then they built in some time at the end of the schedule for their TLC meetings. So there's variety, but just so you know that is a schedule that some people do. I mean, there's a lot of different options with schedules. And I think it all comes to really starting with what the priorities are and what it is that we're trying to accomplish with the schedule so that we can best meet the needs of the students. So that's kind of the framework. And then the 8-period AB, this is Jordan High. Our high schools, except for Brighton, are on this similar schedule. So Jordan High, 77 minutes. They have an app period now. It stands for prep time, academic prep time. Yeah, it took me a minute. So the way that they have structured it, it's designed to be academic in nature. So it's about 35 minutes every day, 1 period or 1 day. They're assigned an app teacher, right? That's one of their regularly scheduled teachers. They go in 1 day a week and they have a check-in, a grade check, kind of a mentoring. And then other days they're able to go get help from different teachers. They sign up, it's all electronic. They sign up, to go work in other classrooms, or they can go to their regular app teacher and do homework. So it's that piece that's available to them. So when you look at that, and high schools are a whole different beast in terms of their electives and the way things work, but they're 77 minutes. So they have 114.2 hours of instruction for a full year class because it's an A-B day. And then they have a semester class that's 57.1 hours. So it's fewer by quite a bit than there are 6, there are 7 period days that we look at. But that app does take 106.8 hours out, right? So you're losing that for 35 minutes each day. Teacher class loads on average, 31 students, so 186 to 200, they have a lot. And then just thinking about high school electives, again, whole different beast. I didn't even want to count how many, it's a lot. But they have singleton classes. They have, some electives have multiple sections. And then with high school, it's the unique situation of a lot of those electives are also graduation requirements, as Holly was mentioning. So they may fill a CTE graduation requirement, or it may be a CTE elective. It kind of depends. And then just the offerings, I think at all levels are driven by who you have in your building as a teacher. What are their endorsements? What licensing do they have? What classes are they able to teach? If you don't have a CTE teacher that can teach a specific class, you can't offer it. So that's always part of the process.
Can I just add one? I think one of the things that's important about the app class is it's reducing the amount of interventions that are required at Jordan, because now the students have time during the day to go out and do it. So you don't necessarily have to have a math class and a remedial math class to help support you, because you have time built in the day to get that support. So it actually is opening up an elective for some of the students. So
that's important. Thanks, Wendy. Okay.
Can I just say something about that? I think most of the high schools have, like Brighton has a flex period. I think Hillcrest has, every single corner doesn't. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're the only one though.
The only one.
they've done it differently, but yes.
Actually, every school's on a slightly different schedule if we.
Yeah.
Every high school.
That is true. Yep, a little bit different. So that is information. So I know we're past time. I don't know what you want to do.
We're running behind, but that's okay. We're used to that, I guess, to some certain degree. So, so board, yeah, if you have any kind of just questions or comments or requests for information to come back, like I said, we're not making any decisions. We're in the gathering information stage right now. So
That part is agenda, next meeting.
I assume so. Yeah.
So we'll be
Unless the
back
board
with it.
wants otherwise. So let's maybe just start here with Mont and go around.
Cindy, my biggest question on this,
Is it a math question?
kinda, it really is. I mean, this is all math, no matter what you do, it's a math question. I look at the number of minutes instruction a kid receives, and then if you break that down per period, how much they're receiving, going from, what was it, 50 to 60 or 60 to 50
Yeah.
minutes? And you move that across the school year. And let's hypothetically say I am in a math class. If I go from 60 minutes to 50 minutes, is the teacher still able to cover the curriculum required for the math? Or am I going to come out of that year behind the 8 ball? That's question number one, first part of it, part A. The second question is, if I have a student that instead of having 6 periods now has 7 periods, and I'm still trying to cover the full academic year and all, especially in my academic core classes, is that student going to hit overload because he/she now has 7 preparations instead of 6 preparations to be ready for the next day? Are we going to burn kids out with having that much more work for them?
I will speak from my experience as a principal who worked in both schedules. Because at Mount Jordan, my first year, we were on a 6 period.
And I don't care if you don't answer that question
No.
I
tonight.
think
For
it depends what you add. I mean, if you're adding more remedial reading classes, yeah, the kid's gonna get burned
Yeah.
out. But if you're adding courses that they love and are passionate about, no.
So it depends on how you build their schedule, right? So we try not to, when their students, because some of them, I mean, truly could be in 3 or 4 interventions, and we try never to do that. So we find other ways to support and prioritize what are the necessary interventions and give them that, and then make sure they have choice so that they can find joy in their day. Just quickly about the content, I found that my teachers had to work smarter. I mean, because usually in a class, I mean, I was a teacher for 29 years. There's time that's wasted. You get kind of familiar with, my starter will just take a little bit longer. I can, talk more about this or that. And you just learn to tighten your practice better.
Clearly, if I walk in and I've got 10 minutes for a class period, I'm not going to get the instruction. If I've got 3 hours worth of instruction time, I'm going to get burned out listening to the humdrum of the day. And somewhere between 10 minutes and 3 hours, there's got to be a sweet spot.
Yeah. And I can come back and give you more information on that, but in my personal experience, teachers, math was the most challenging because we were moving to a new math program.
Maybe I like math.
Yeah, and it was because illustrative is much more based on inquiry and on discussion, so it was a little bit harder for teachers to get used to, allowing for those things and dealing with the scaffolds that were necessary for the new math. But they were able to do it. They were able to still hit all of the standards throughout the year that they needed to do.
So what you're telling me is the old adage that more instruction time equals better education is not true.
No, but I think you have to be, I think it's the quality of the instruction time because you can waste 10 minutes. It just depends on how well they're using their time.
But would I be better off with 60 minutes of quality instruction?
I think probably, yeah, if it's quality.
Maybe our teachers should be working smarter with 60 minutes they have.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay,
Work smarter. Anyway.
all right. So a couple of questions that you can bring some information back on.
So I'm kind of demonstrating. I really believe that students can only learn what their bottoms can endure. And like, if they're sitting there for 90 minutes, they lost it after the first 15 minutes. And so there's this little rule of thumb about if you are a 13-year-old, you're probably good for 13 minutes of explicit instruction. And if you are a 15-year-old, it's probably 15 minutes of explicit instruction. And so I really believe that having 7 periods, and I think Sherry told us once of a 10-period thing. I loved her 10-period thing. With
5 by 5, I don't know.
wasn't
Five
it-
by
That's 5 periods a day.
anyway, with more opportunities to have more flexibility with their electives. But so going back to your, 50 minutes, I can barely sit in this thing for 50 minutes and I'm an adult and go through the instructions. So I think having more electives that they really want to go to, that they really want to, that are engaging to them, we will get more students back than if we are doing 60 minutes and they don't have an elective that they can even choose. And back to the remediation thing, like I said before, which we've had that discussion, it doesn't help them to remediate, but it will help them if they get involved in something that they really like to do. And especially those right brain kiddos, which now they say really aren't right brain, but I still think they are kind of, that really want to do those right brain activities. I don't really have any questions.
Thank you. So my question is for Leon. I would love to be able to see a comparison of expenses associated with each schedule, a cost comparison
The 4.
of work. And another thing I just keep thinking that I think it really needs to be reiterated is that the arts are part of the Common Core. And if it is part of the Common Core and we are supposed to provide that for kids, if we have schedules where we're losing excellent arts teachers, then we have a problem that has to be addressed. And I think we need to look at it through that lens in part. I am also concerned when I look at these schedules, and I'd like to see comparisons between the different schools and maybe even outside of our district at some period models to see what kind of STEM and coding and computer science electives other middle schools have. I'm extraordinarily concerned that we are not getting these kids early enough. And I just had a conversation with someone who leads a group called Utah Tech Leads. It's associated with Silicon Slopes. It's a parent who's a constituent of mine, and she's extraordinarily concerned about the lack of STEM education that we are not getting early enough. And we specifically talked about this middle school piece. She's up on the Hill. They're starting to actually organize as a group because they recognize that not enough people in the Utah State Legislature understand this problem. She had a conversation with one of our former legislators that used to be in the Canyons area. And he said, I don't understand. Why aren't you guys just hiring our students? And she said, this is a woman who actually started her own tech company and sold it. She said, I don't know how to explain this to you, but they are not coming out prepared. So we have to look elsewhere. We really do need to look at this. I keep thinking about this with what's coming at the point. So we have to adjust. So that's one thing I'd like to see, comparisons of what other kind of STEM classes are made available for other types of schedules. I would like to see comparisons with accelerated classes. What are we seeing in 7-period schedules, 8-period schedules? Like, are we able to offer more acceleration for students that really do legitimately need it and are frustrated? And this has come up as a question of equity. Why is it like one student can go to one middle school and receive accelerated learning and then another one can't? So
Can I just clarify one thing, Amanda, is when you talk about the comparisons, are you just looking for across our 8 middle schools or outside?
well, if we don't have, like, for
There's
comparison,
not a whole lot of difference within our middle schools.
well, I know, for instance, like Indian Hills offers certain like honors classes and Draper Park Middle doesn't. And we have parents that are now traveling in between the 2 schools in order to make sure.
For the 6th grade.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's just ELA and math.
Yeah, but I would be interested in knowing, like in an 8-period schedule, what kind of accelerated options middle schools are providing. Because, I mean, I understand, to the superintendent's point, I understand what he was saying about DLI, arts electives. But I do know we have neighboring districts that are offering both of those and effectively, and why and how are they doing that? So I kind of want to understand that. And yeah, I think that's more or less my request. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Steve?
This is sort of a deja vu for me, something you've been here too. We've done this, talked this before. We gave up the 7 for the 6 so that they get 28 extra additional hours a year of seat time. I really would like a comparison like you did from Draper from the last couple years where they're at. I'd like to see the same thing at the 7s to see if there's the same loss or how that loss
The academic data?
within the 7th and the 8th does. Other 6-period programs and the 7th-period program. So we can sort of see what you're saying on the seat time. For that 28 hours a year, we gave up a lot of electives. We gave up a lot of stuff. I want to see academically if you did that. The other thing is from your discussion, we have 110 kids in DLI in 6th grade, 95 in 7th, and 95 in 8th. Your average teacher has 150 to 170 students on the 6-period schedule. We're putting a lot of kids in other classes to subsidize those, it looks like.
Well, and in 6th grade DLI, for French, that's for both programs. Like French is only 41 and Chinese.
Yes. Yeah, I added them up.
You're talking, about a teacher.
So we have on average 32 kids in a classroom. We've got way less than that, it looks like, on our numbers.
French, it's.
So we actually, the DLI program, go back with the superintendent's talk about, the DLI program is actually being supplemented not only by FTE, but the kids are going to the other classrooms, which are making it more difficult, a higher staffing ratio for those particular kids. And are we actually carrying classes with 11 and 8 kids in there?
Yes.
This is a problem. Because if we're carrying classes 11, 8, all the other kids are then being pushed to other classes for that. So that's an issue that we may need to take up just on the whole DLI discussion. And my third question is on this then.
This one at 0.
My third question is on this is if we go to a 7th period in there, is there enough room in Draper Park? We cram that like sardines. They're not using everything other than the restrooms for classroom time. Is there enough space in there for 7th period right now? That's what I'd like to see if you take a look at and see if we offer more electives, can we even do it because of how many kids we have in there? That's my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber?
Okay, really good questions, everyone. My 2 things I want to talk about are, first of all, I asked for this last time. I want to see the data from when we switched. We were all on a 6-period day. Then those 3 schools switched to a 7-period day 5 years ago. I want to see that data. Like, did their test scores go down? Did they stay the same? I mean, if they stayed the same or went up, then great. But if they went down, I mean, that's just something we need to look at.
And we'll have to, as we look at that, because they're very different in terms of their growth, like some of those schools are
Yeah.
highly impacted, so they're not going to have
Oh,
the
yeah.
same efficiency as others.
But that's the thing, compare each school just to itself.
Yeah, well, that's what I,
Yeah, not across the board. And then my second thing is I really don't want to make any decision on this until we get input from the community, from Draper Park Middle Parent. That's probably not the next step, but I'm just throwing it out there.
That's what I was wondering about is we have policy in place. So how are we skipping the policy that the SEC was supposed to come to us?
The board has a final decision in the policy.
So the policy is to guide if this discussion wanted to be initiated at the school level, but the board can take it on.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah.
But that would be something for us as a board to discuss after we feel like we have all the information, then we would discuss it. That's.
Okay, first off, thank you for this presentation. I love Draper Park Middle School. I have had a child there since it opened in 2013. And I've served several years on the school community council. I was passing out the water bottles with Principal Levitt when we first opened. So in the very beginning, we weren't on a 6th period. We were actually on a 7th period, and we had something called Viking time, where kids could sign up for math if they needed extra help with math, or they could go to PE. It was labor intensive for those poor people that were figuring out where those kids were going, because we had 210 kids that always wanted to go to PE. So we weren't on a 6th period. If we're looking at test schedules, we do need to be cognizant of the fact that we changed. We went from SAGE to RISE. And whenever we do a new test, there's a learning curve for teachers to prepare students for it. Okay, as far as things to bring back, I would love for you to look at a 5x5. That's less seat time for the kids. It allows flexibility in the schedule. Provo City School District does that currently with their middle school students. So I think there's a benefit that the kids get to move around a little more. There's a benefit because not only do we free up more flexibility in their schedule to have self-guided learning where they're looking at their own interests, it also allows kids that maybe need an extra math class because they're behind. They don't feel like their only elective has been robbed from them. So I'd be really interested in that. I'd also like us to look at how many students at Draper Park currently opt out of state mandated classes. That is how kids are buying back their electives. They're opting out of college and career awareness. They're opting out of health.
Digital literacy.
They're opting out of digital literacy and they're opting out of PE. I was at the state Board of Education meeting when we got the permission to opt out of digital literacy. So Alpine School District, we've talked about honors. That's a really big problem. When we are taking away from our honors classes, like right now on the registration card, you know, there wasn't a 6th grade honors class. I know we're looking at doing this extension with online. Alpine School District does a test in where you actually have an honors placement test. Granite School District has done that for years and years and years. I grew up in Granite School District. There was a honors placement test. There has been question about whether we can sort kids and differentiate into honors at 6th grade. We have several data points. We have their state tests that they do in 5th grade. We have teacher recommendations. We can look at their mastery level on their report cards, and then we can also do an honors placement test. When we're looking at the discussion of how to challenge every child in every school that Mont has also been interested in, I think we need to look at, we don't currently have a curriculum map for honors. And when we've talked about our strategic plan, when we're talking about schedules, we don't have a curriculum map for honors. The instruction is to dive deeper and to have a faster pace. And so looking at how we can strengthen that pathway for kids. One thing is we can accommodate a 7 period. Someone asked about that because in 2013, that was one of our highest enrolled years at Draper Park. And we had the 7 period with that biking time. So we can accommodate it. Our enrollment is actually down. We have a lot of different reasons why we think that. I have actually gone and canvassed on the west side of 3rd East in Draper. We have a lot of new housing developments. They do have young children. There is actually a significant amount of those people moving into Draper that are going to charter schools and are not in our public school. So that's really important to note. When we're looking at electives, I would really like us to bolster the healthy lifestyle electives and look into that. We used to have a team sports class in 8th grade, and it was so highly enrolled. We had a hard time maintaining teachers in our other elective classes. And you couldn't fill out that course request. There was it was 8th grade only, and pretty much nearly every 8th grade boy signed up for it. And then they had to be told, no, you can't have it because it's full. And so that was removed. So I would just like us to.
Draper Park.
So I think the healthy lifestyle electives, I know that's one of the biggest enrollments is PE. So looking at that. So I also would like to have you come back and look at the 8th period block without that APP, and instead what that instruction time is like for the year. Because then we have this idea that instead of doing the APP, maybe those kids, when we have such a large portion that are basic or barely below basic or nearly proficient, if we have that many kids that are doing that, then maybe we need more kids that have that elective where there is a math lab or a reading and writing lab. I don't know. I'd like more information about how that works at Jordan, because I haven't seen that before. We don't have it at Corner Canyon High or any of the schools my children have been in or I've been involved with before. And so I'd like to see how that works, because I need to know more. How is that differentiated? Are kids just assigned that if they're determined that they need help in that area? and how exactly that works. And the multi-language learners, how is that working there? And would it be better accommodated just to have a 5x5 or a 4x4, traditional 4x4? Because then all the kids are getting more instructional time in their core as opposed to pulling out for that what is it, APP, what's the acronym?
Academic prep period.
Academic prep period. Okay, so those are my questions. Sorry, trying to be quick and economical with the time.
So when is my timeline for a 2-hour presentation to you all?
So I think we'll schedule a chunk of time for this and again at the next meeting.
On the 29th?
Cindy, can you also look at modified block schedule?
Okay. All right, thank you, board. And, we really appreciate it and understand the enormity of this discussion. And so thank you for providing the information and for bringing back the requested information. Okay, board, we have one other quick item that rather than moving it to later in the meeting, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to have this in study session because I know Alice will be very brief and it's an item that is on the consent agenda for board approval. So we kind of need just to have a minute for her to explain it.
Okay, we're going to go over briefly the final reports for Land Trust and TSSP from 2020, 2021. So we're going to go back in time just briefly to do that. A couple of things I want you to keep in mind is that 2020, 2021 was a very unprecedented year with COVID and a lot of the things that we just didn't anticipate happening. So several of our schools were unable to spend down to less than the 10% that we typically ask them to spend down to. And a lot of this was because we couldn't find the staff that we needed. And in other cases, there was a supply shortage that caused some of these carryovers as well. So that, along with the school closures and some of the hiring challenges that we had, really had a substantial impact, not just on the carryover, but on the ability to meet the goals. Okay. So this is a breakdown of schools that met at least 50% of their goals. All of our schools had anywhere from 2 to 4 goals. And I have to say, it's pretty extraordinary that we had this kind of percentage of goal attainment given some of the challenges that we had. In a lot of cases, we had schools that met more than 50% of their goals, and in some cases, fewer than 50%. Of the schools that had to carry over, we had 12 schools that had to carry over more than 10% of their land trust money. And 15 schools carried over more than 10% of their TSSP money. Caused a lot of anxiety and a lot of grief for our schools because they know how important it is that they spend that money down. They were actually very creative in ways to try and spend that money. So I think it's pretty phenomenal that we only had this many that had to carry over more than that amount. So again, despite challenges that the schools were under, they were able to make some really good gains. They would like to have done more and done better. We didn't have some of the data we needed to look at to really compare year to year. But I think overall, I would call it a success in a time of turmoil. So do we have any burning questions about those final reports?
Any questions for? I have one small question.
Sure.
So that each school's final report or a summary of it of sorts will be posted on their individual website.
They will, absolutely.
Okay.
Great. I hope it was helpful to have those reports ahead of time. I know
It was
some of
very
you had a
much.
few issues accessing it, but I think that that's good, and we can continue to do that next year and then compare from year to year with those reports. So,
That's great.
okay.
Thank you so much, Alice.
Thank you, Alice.
Okay, that concludes our study session. The board, if we could, as quickly as possible, we'll begin the business meeting.
Starting
I'm
like
sorry, I was like, I gotta hurry, I gotta be fast.
super fast. Same. You had a lot.
Okay, we are ready to begin. And I would like to welcome you to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is March 15th, 2022, and we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. And I would like to thank those that have joined us here in person and express our appreciation for your patience, as I realize we are running behind schedule, and also appreciate those that are joining us online. Thank you for your patience with this, and those of you that were probably listening in realize that we've covered a lot of ground this evening and very important discussions. So thank you. The first item is to approve the agenda for tonight's business meeting. I will ask for a motion on that.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting. Do you like me to go through the consent agenda? No,
No,
not yet.
this is just the
Oh, yeah,
regular
I'm
agenda.
skipping ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Sorry. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Mrs. Oakes was the second, yes. And Mrs. Schill, I think, will be joining us in a minute. Okay. Next, we are privileged to be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Butler Elementary Principal Jeff Nall Walker, who then will share with us some school highlights about Butler Elementary.
America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to come before you guys and to share some of the good things that are happening at Butler Elementary School. Last week was National School Social Workers Week. Just over 3 years ago, I wouldn't have given this a second thought. However, that's when things changed for me in a big way. That is when Butler became the beneficiary of one of several grants written by B.J. Weller dating back to 2017 to bring a half-time social worker or counselor to every elementary school in Canyons District. This was shortly preceded by efforts that B.J. undertook with Karen Sterling and Amber Roderick Landward to bring a half-time behavior assistant to every school. For my report this evening, I would like to highlight the impact of that significant event on Butler Elementary School. I'm very confident that my fellow administrators would agree with me that this initiative has fundamentally and positively changed the work we do in schools for the better. It has helped principals be more efficient leaders, help teachers more effectively deliver instruction, and help students and families have a better quality of life inside and outside the walls of the school. As we are all aware, the pandemic has only served to magnify the social and emotional issues and effects of trauma already present in our student population. To my knowledge, all schools are experiencing an increase in the number of students who are acting out or otherwise need emotional support. Until 3 years ago, I did the large majority of the legwork on the front end, responding to and managing these behaviors, while our halftime school psychologists did the work on the back end with groups and counseling. I'd like to highlight the impact of these recent funding changes and recognize the valuable contributions of our school social worker, Kelsey Weaver, as well as her behavior assistant, Kim Robinson. We have every reason to celebrate National School Social Worker Week at Butler Elementary. Our school social worker, Mrs. Weaver, is clearly a cut above the rest. 3 years ago, the district funded a half-time social worker at our school. From the beginning, we chose to fund the remaining half of that contract with TSSA funds, to have a full-time social worker and a full-time behavior assistant. I often tell people that it's the best money I've ever spent as a principal. Just having a social worker at our school provides a huge boost of support for students, teachers, and for me as the administrator. Having Mrs. Weaver as our social worker has exceeded all my expectations. We live in a world where the increasing number of students suffer from anxiety or come from situations filled with trauma. That's on top of the typical social challenges that all children and adults deal with. Mrs. Weaver is critical to our efforts to respond to those needs. She wears many hats at Butler. She carries a caseload of students who meet with her weekly by parent permission to work on things like social skills, friendships, and emotional management. She teaches and manages our social skills curriculum in classrooms. She and her assistant, Kim Robinson, are the rapid response team for classroom support when a student is struggling with emotional management. Mrs. Weaver, along with Mrs. Robinson, spend nearly every one of our 180 days each year in the cafeteria during lunch, using this time to make connections with students and promote appropriate behavior in the lunchroom. That alone is a monumental task. She advises teachers and helps set up behavior plans for struggling students. She helps run our school-wide positive behavior intervention and supports plan, including setting up and running the Bobcat store where students use good behavior tickets to buy prizes. She serves on our building leadership team. Mrs. Weaver has even taken a dream that I've had and made it a reality. For many years, I've wanted to develop and provide an after-school club to help girls build self-esteem and teach them positive ways to negotiate the sometimes complicated world of preteen friendships while being kind and remaining true to themselves. This club is called Girls Support Girls. Girls are taught to develop confidence and love themselves and to recognize that they are all in the same boat. They learn that they can grow more and be happier when they support one another instead of tearing each other down. I was thrilled when Kelsey accepted this task with enthusiasm and put the program together. Excuse me. She developed and, sorry, I lost my place. She developed and taught the lessons with support of her assistant, Mrs. Robinson, recruited students, contacted parents, and gave up hours of her limited planning time to mentor these girls after school. She completed the first 6-week session with 16 fifth graders in January and started her second cohort after school today with a group of 3rd and 4th grade girls. Because Mrs. Weaver does so much, I'm sure I've left out something. In fact, I know I have left out the most important thing. Despite the daily challenges of her job, which often involve working with students when they are not at their best, Mrs. Weaver has done all this with the most exemplary and inspiring positive attitude. She is an amazing role model for our Girls Support Girls Club and all students at Butler. She's on a short list of everyday heroes that I admire most. Whether or not any individual student at Butler has worked directly with Mrs. Weaver, their school experience has been changed for the better because of her. I will close by reminding all of you, just in case you missed the opportunity last week, to take a moment and thank your school social worker and all staff members who are specifically tasked with this most important, challenging, and life-changing work. It's not too late to do so now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Principal, and we appreciate all that you do. And will you extend our appreciation to not only Mrs. Weaver, but the staff and all the students there at Butler Elementary? Thank you so much. Okay. Next, we'll turn time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for some recognitions.
Those are amazing ringtones. So President Tingy, thank you for this time to recognize the achievements of students, faculty, and staff in the Canyon School District. Tonight for our recognitions, we are recognizing the achievements of champions, leaders, and scholars in our community. Those who are mentioned tonight will receive a letter of recognition from the Board of Education and the superintendent. But first, we wanted to remind the Canyons community to keep an eye on the social media pages of the district and of their child's school for fun photos and videos of our Teacher of the Year announcements at all the schools and programs. Today, the Eastmont Patriots unfurled the banner for their 2022 Teacher of the Year, Ms. Lynn Martin. Eastmont Middle made the announcement during assembly, and as you could see there in the audience was Sandy Mayor Monica Zoltansky. Now, Lynn's announcement at her school for Teacher of the Year is the first that Canyons families will see Over the next few weeks, per tradition, every school and program chooses one teacher of the year. We celebrate that person with gifts and prizes and a banner to hang in their school. And from that field, we select one overall teacher of the year, and that person gets additional gifts and prizes from the Canyons Education Foundation. The foundation are the co-sponsors of the Teacher of the Year program in Canyon School District every year. In fact, the foundation kicks in all of the gifts and prizes and uses events such as the upcoming Boots and Bling Spring Gala to support our hardworking and committed classroom heroes. So once we pick that overall teacher of the year, that educator vies for the statewide honors in the state teacher of the year selection process. So please watch all of the social media pages over the next few weeks. Most of them will be announced by the time we head out to spring recess. Our first honoree tonight is the counselor in chief for Canyon School District. Now in Canyons, we know Tori Gillette as the counseling specialist with 16 years of experience under her belt. But did you also know that she is an adjunct professor at Utah State University and a member of the faculty at the University of Phoenix? And there, over the years, she has mentored countless school counseling professionals. She's also a trainer in crisis response models that are widely used throughout the state. For her leadership and contributions to the school counseling field, Tori last week received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Utah School Counselors Association. You can see there that the announcement was attended by Dr. Robbins and several members of the administration. Congratulations to Tori for this amazing accomplishment. Our next honoree is the guy that you will see cheering for the Diggers and the Chargers and for the Huskies and just about every other prep sports team in Utah. Now, he may be always on the sidelines cheering for our teams, but tonight we are cheering for Kevin Egan, who is named the super fan by the Utah High Schools Activities Association. Now, he is a retired Jordan High math teacher and football and baseball coach with the last 26 years of his 31-year career in education at the home of the Beat Diggers. Kevin received this award during halftime of Jordan High's quarterfinal game against Lehigh at the University of Utah. Now, Kevin tells us that he goes to games led by former colleagues. He keeps the friendships formed over all of his years coaching and teaching and close to his heart, and how he keeps his memory alive is supporting all of the student athletes that are being led by his colleagues. Now, by the way, something I looked up, the Jordan High girls basketball team made it to the quarterfinals this year of the 5A state tournament. It was the first time since 2008 that the Jordan High team made it that far. It was an amazing game, and we hope that they go even farther next year. Our next honorees are among the finalists for a prestigious state honor from the State Organization of Elementary School Principals. Two Canyon School District administrators have been named finalists for Principal of the Year and Assistant Principal of the Year from the Utah Association of Elementary School Principals. Now, this is Alta View Elementary Principal Scott Jameson, who is up for Principal of the Year, and Carolee Mackey from Midvale Elementary School, who is one of the finalists for Assistant Principal of the Year from the UAESP. So fingers crossed that Mr. Jameson and Ms. Mackey will receive that final honor, and we will let you know how they make it in that process. Our next honorees made a big splash in the pool and the classroom during the swim season. Jordan High boys swim team not only had a fantastic season, finishing 12th in the state, but they claimed the honor reserved for the top student athletes in Utah. The boys swimming team was named the 5A Academic State Champions by the Utah Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Now, this honor is reserved for the team with the highest cumulative GPA among all of the varsity teams in Utah. Get this, 3.8 was their cumulative GPA. So congratulations to the Beat Diggers. This is the first sports team in Jordan's history to receive this award since it was started several years ago. So congratulations to the boys swimmers. I also want to mention a milestone in Canyons District's history. This year's graduates are Canyons District's first class, the first group of students to go all the way through Canyon School District. So to help celebrate that milestone, we invite families in our community to share then and now photos of their high school seniors. Take a look at the photographs that you took of your kiddos when they were kindergartners, and then put them side by side with photos of them as they put on their caps and gowns to graduate from high school. So dig up those old photos from throughout the years, post them on social media with the hashtag #FirstClassCanyons. Or you can always send those to me, communications@canyonsdistrict.org, and we will put those on the district social media pages as well. Now, we also want to give a commemorative pin to all members of the 2022 graduating class. In the middle there is the design of that commemorative pin that we will be giving to every member of this graduating class. From the Hawks, the Bengals, the Chargers, the Huskies, the Diggers, and of course, the Diamond Ridge Raptors. So congratulations to all of our prospective graduates who are members of our first class. A list of the dates and the times of our commencement addresses for Alta, Brighton, Corner Canyon, Diamond Ridge, Jordan, and Hillcrest, as well as Entrada Adult High School, is on our website. Please take a look at that. It's a special time for our community where we ring in all of those celebrations with pomp and circumstance. President Tingey, thank you for this time. And we turn the time back to you.
Thank you. I know how much we appreciate this, but just looking at that first class and recognizing how quickly those years go, and what an amazing tradition that was started at the very beginning with that vision of the goal was to have graduates that were college and career ready. So thank you. We've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. While not required by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Please be aware that patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents should be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, Cindy over here, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment tonight will be, we have 8 individuals that have signed up, and so each will be given 3 minutes. And comments made, let's see, I guess there's one representing a group, they will have 4 minutes. And comments made during public comment, patron comment, are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyon School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. Thank you. I will call the names. I'll call them out three, so you can kind of get prepared. We'll begin with Elena Seal, and then Charla Arnold, and then Cassie Walker. Is Elena here? Yes. Go ahead, come forward.
Thank you. I'm Elena Seal and I work at Lone Peak Elementary. I've been there for 17 years. Gotta get my glasses on, sorry. I was hired for reading intervention and worked in that position for 12 years, and I was not able to advance further because I've completed my lane. I talked to our wonderful principal and she offered me the position as media tech, but I like to call it librarian teacher. I have been in this position for 5 years. I order books, manage 16,000 books, inventory the textbooks, and put thousands of books away. I also, on top of my library work, I teach 12 hours a week in Brain Boosters. I have 633 kids, make lesson plans, and collaborate with my Brain Booster team weekly so we can build on our lesson plans and the kids can have maximum benefits. I also attend PD meetings, PBIS training, and go to classes for endorsement to better myself in my position. Kids need consistency, routine, and friendly faces that know them. And this is a hard job. And in turnover, there's lots of turnover in Brain Boosters because it is hard. And that creates a behavior problem for the kids because they want to know their teachers. I want to stay in my lane and continue to work in my current position. I love my job. I love books. I love kids. So now, but I have surpassed my lane. I've completed my lane. There's no other way to advance. So what does that mean? No more advancement, no more pay for my current job. I read that Target is now hiring at $25 an hour with benefits. I don't want to be forced to make a change. I have invested 17 years into Canyon School District. Please invest in me. I'm asking the board to please open the lanes for more advancement and opportunities to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Charla Arnold, Cassie Walker, and then Belinda Jones.
Hello, my name is Charla Arnold. I started working for Canyon School District as a crossing guard and office assistant in 2012. When my oldest son finished elementary school and had to choose electives for middle school, my husband and I were concerned. My son is high functioning on the autism spectrum and is diagnosed ADHD. I have a bachelor's degree in theater arts and was convinced that theater would not be a good fit for him. I was wrong. When I witnessed the positive impact theater had on his daily school life, I understood that I had a calling to teach kids through this art form. I went back to school and finished all of my education classes to get a secondary license, but stopped just before my student teaching semester. I stopped because I asked the SVC at Lone Peak Elementary to hire me as the 5th Brain Booster teacher teaching theater arts. This is my 2nd year in that position. I help with Tier 2 reading groups, serve on my school student support team, play direct plays for small groups of students who have similar reading levels, and participate in integrated lessons with classroom teachers, on top of running 12 lessons per week for over 600 students, all individualized to grades and core content standards. I asked my principal, who is an incredible advocate for high quality education, if I could increase my hours next year to 30 and get benefits. She looked into it with HR and she was told no. That's when I decided to organize this request. I have seen what this board is capable of. I happened to be here at a board meeting several years ago when the secondary school counselors petitioned to add more counseling jobs to each school to ease workload and ultimately aid our students. And you made that happen. You once again have the opportunity to do what is best for your teachers and your students. We are just scraping the surface of what Brain Boosters can offer. I am confident that a pay increase will help this program bloom into something remarkable. Please grant us a pay increase to the national teacher average, which is $24 per hour. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Cassie Walker, Belinda Jones, and then Stephanie Youngeray.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Walker, and I am the BTS Art Specialist at Lone Peak Elementary. I am here on behalf of my colleagues and friends. I have the opportunity to work with a phenomenal team in the Brain Booster program at my school. We regularly collaborate, have PLCs, and work with teachers to support student learning outcomes. As a result, we have a stellar Brain Booster program, but our current scenario is not sustainable. As the only licensed brain booster teacher at my school, I watch my colleagues do the same amount of work that I do, but with considerably less pay, no opportunity for benefits, and no paid leave. I've worked at Lone Peak in my position for 6 years. In that time, our school has had 3 librarians, 4 Playworks teachers, and 6 STEM teachers. And while not true in all cases, the majority of the turnover has been pay related, either because they were overqualified and left to take a certified teaching position, or they were underqualified and left to find higher pay for less work. In the district's job description for a STEM technician, the first paragraph does sound like an aid position. It reads, under the supervision of the principal and licensed teacher, the instructional technician 3 will assist in developing and delivering assigned curriculum to students in STEM. However, the subsequent paragraphs in that job description read much more like an actual teaching position. They include planning and delivering instruction, collaborating with classroom teachers, creating a well-organized classroom environment, enacting classroom management aligned with the school's positive behavior plan, and providing substitute plans, which are provided when they are sick or on vacation, and these are not days they're paid for. And in some cases, the substitute who fills their role will make more that day than they do, with a starting salary of $15.50 an hour. So I'm here because I know that when Brain Boosters teacher compensation is more aligned for the job they actually do, it will attract and keep higher quality candidates. And because I have seen the board show up again and again for teachers, I'm immensely grateful for the time that you guys put in on behalf of our community and our teachers. And I invite you to visit Lone Peak and see all of the good things we are doing there. Thank you.
Thank you. Belinda Jones, Stephanie Youngeray, John Packard.
Hello, I am Belinda Jones, and I'm the STEM teacher at Lone Peak Elementary School. So I am a trained teacher with a teaching background, but my license has expired. I really enjoy teaching STEM at my kids' school, but feel that Brain Booster teachers are severely underpaid for what we do. We teach the entire elementary school, so the teachers can get some much needed prep time. There is a given curriculum. We all have different schedules at our schools, so there is need for adaptations to what works best for your school and your students. So there is planning of lessons, prepping for them, teaching children, and managing the classes and behaviors. With as many responsibilities that there are, it is surprising that we are paid like an aide versus a teacher. Even bus drivers get paid significantly more than us, and they don't need to do any planning and are responsible for less children than us. I know there are issues of supply and demand, but there is with Brain Boosters as well. If this discrepancy in pay isn't resolved, I'm sure there will be people that will move on to other jobs because the work they do or that they put into this job isn't worth the pay. The turnover rate for Brain Booster teachers is high, which is partly to do with the lack of compensation for the job being done. In order to get high quality part-time teachers and have them stick around, the pay needs to fit the value that Brain Booster teachers hold. Having people stay with the job year after year will increase the program's success and get to apply the things they learn in a fun way. And my hope is that you will see the value we are to the district and that the pay will be more competitive with other teaching jobs and other jobs around. Whether we have a teaching license or not, our experience teaching these kids and being a teacher to them is valuable and memorable to the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Youngeray, John Packard, and then Ryan Lillywhite. And please correct if I mispronounced your name.
We expect it to be mispronounced. That's fine. My name is Stephanie Irungaray is the proper pronunciation, but we'll take whatever we can get. I'm a mom to 5 kids in Canyon School District, ranging from a kindergartner to a high school senior at Corner Canyon. I came today to speak specifically about the Draper Park middle school schedule that you guys were talking about during your work meeting. Just to give a little bit of background, my 2 youngest, Lola and Owen, are in kindergarten and 2nd grade at Sunrise Elementary. Owen's currently in the salsa program, and Lola will begin next year. My oldest son, Zach, was in the salsa program at Sunrise, but we mainstreamed him into Draper Park Middle in 6th grade because we felt like Midvale Middle wasn't the best option for him. He was able to participate in honors classes there at Draper Park. My daughter, Maya, is currently an 8th grader at Draper Park Middle School, and she's part of the dual immersion French program and also a violinist. We chose to do DLI for Maya instead of salsa because we thought that program sounded like a good challenge for her. And it did offer some challenge in the beginning, but we found that once she hit 3rd grade, she had the boredom that sometimes comes with advanced learners. She continued to push onward and is still in the DLI program and has participated in honors programs at Draper Park, as well as the Math Summer Bridge program and, of course, the DLI program. Because of the 6-period schedule at Draper Park, Maya has only been able to choose orchestra as an elective the whole time she's been there. My 3rd child, Jackson, is currently in the 5th grade at salsa program at Sunrise Elementary, and we transferred him from the DLI program at Oak Hollow in 3rd grade because he loves math and science, and we knew he would have more challenge in the salsa program. Our plan was to mainstream Jackson into Draper Park like his older brother, but I recently found out that the 6th grade honors classes have been eliminated there. And I called to get further clarification and was sad to hear that the solution to eliminating those was to do an online Canvas program. I do a lot of things at home to help my advanced learners and challenge them, and where they need the challenges at school, not at home. In my 17 years of being a mom, I've discovered that parenting advanced learners is a lot more challenging than I ever thought it would be. Providing them with a challenge that they need at school is a constant concern, and it takes a lot of attention and effort for me to make sure that they're getting the challenge that they need. And I've found that once my kids hit middle school, their potential, which I want them to reach that full potential, is drastically squashed. I understand that you all face a lot of complex issues and that the teachers as well do when they're teaching to all these different levels. But I feel like advanced learners, especially the ones that don't act out, are swept under the rug often. We've had a great experience in the salsa program. And I've seen that my kids, when they're around kids who have their same learning ability, and the teachers who are there who have all sorts of certifications, have done lots of extra training, it makes such a huge difference in their experience. And my Salta kids love their school, they love their class. We would have continued our kids in the Salta program at Midvale Middle, but have seen that it's been kind of a rough experience. So we chose to mainstream. And I want my kids to have as much challenge as possible in middle school. And as you consider Draper Park's schedule, I hope that you'll consider 2 things. First is that I would love to see Draper Park move to a 7 or 8 period schedule. My daughter would have loved to try other electives, but even more importantly, I see that the quality teachers are leaving because they don't have the chance to have enough elective periods to teach. And secondly, I think it's time for Canyon School District to ensure equitable access to advanced classes at all middle schools. We're moving my son to Indian Hills so he can have those honors classes. And I recognize that I have the ability to take him there. There are lots of parents who don't have that opportunity. So those are the 2 things I hope you would consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, John Packard, Ryan Lillywhite, and then Marianne Barrows.
Good evening. My name is John Packard, and I'm an instructional technician for the Playworks program at Lone Peak Elementary School. I've worked for Canyon School District for 4 years as a brain booster, the last 2 years at Lone Peak Elementary School, and I am here to advocate for equal compensation as for all brain boosters as well. Being a brain booster for 4 years, I can tell you I've seen a lot in the short amount of time and handled a lot more than I could have imagined being just a gym teacher. But being just a gym teacher, there's always been a stigma. I mean, even the Jack Black quote from the 2003 musical comedy hit School of Rock says it all. Those that can't do, teach, and those that can't teach gym. I mean, am I right? But in all seriousness, being a gym teacher or Playworks coach, it's hard work. We all are teaching physical education, discipline, courage, leadership, teamwork, self-confidence, and above all, how to have fun. In doing so, we have the same responsibilities as their teachers would when handling a class of 20 to 30 kids. Having to plan for every class, having the responsibility to teach them our craft while we are held with the same duty to inspire, motivate, set expectations and rewards, as well as hold our kids accountable for the rights and or missteps they may take. All while using the same classroom management skills that teachers use, but with the added element of having to teach and connect with every student in the school, not just the grade that they teach. Also with the added elements of extracurriculars that we're responsible for setting up, or the uncertainty of where you might have to teach because of the pandemic restrictions. All of these reflect the same challenges every brain booster faces every week. We all stand before you as brain boosters, but we are all equally teachers held with the same expectations to help grow our children into great people. We are equal, therefore we deserve equal compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Lillywhite, Marianne Barrows, and then Vanessa Croshaw.
Good evening. I'm here as a I just moved into Draper about a year ago. I have two kids at Draper Elementary who are loving it. And we're just looking into registering my oldest at Draper Park Middle School, and have just kind of, well, my introduction was when she looked at the schedule and the electives and the opportunities, and about had a little, 10-year-old meltdown at, she wanted to do so many electives and there's only really one option per year for her, especially if and she's not in the dual language program, which she has some friends that are more restricted that way. But I'm just here to voice another opinion about, I would love to see if we could go to a 7 or 8 period schedule to give these kids more of an opportunity to spread their wings a little bit and explore some more electives. For me personally and for my family, the music and arts programs are very important to us. I think it's an essential part of our society as well. My wife loves participating in the Draper Arts Council. She performs up at the Draper Amphitheater and has for years and loves that. I play saxophone and started my first year in middle school. And though I ended up getting a business degree in college, music is such a vital part of my life. And I feel like studying music, or just as other kids have opportunities to study other electives like that, helped me be well-rounded and really did help me learn discipline, learn work ethic, and learn how to excel in other areas that helped my academics as well and helped me keep up in core classes as well. It's talking around the neighborhood. It was shocking to me to hear that a lot of these kids in middle school use their one elective for late start or early out, and it just kind of breaks my heart to know all the opportunities they're missing out on. Opportunities that I had in middle school. I took Spanish in a reading class, and I was in band and had so much great exposure for that. And I would love to see our kids, and especially my own children, have those opportunities as well. I was looking to have my daughter sign up for orchestra or band, and was very sad to hear of the loss of an excellent teacher who had a great reputation, the band and orchestra teacher at Draper Park. And would just hate to see other excellent elective teachers leave our district. I think it's so important, and they do such a great thing for us. Let's see. I guess that's about it. Thank you again. It's great to be here, and I look forward to participating more in the future.
Thank you. Marianne Barrows is representing a group, and then Vanessa Croshaw.
Hi, I'm Marianne Barrows. I'm here representing the School Community Council at Draper Park Middle School, and addressing later start time, which I know you talked about last week, but I'm here to talk about it again. I just want to first express appreciation that you guys are all taking a serious look at start time. As far as I can understand it, it looks like something that you've been talking about and thinking about, and I'm here to encourage you to go ahead and act on that. As a parent of 4 children, 3 of whom have attended Draper Park Middle School, I sincerely appreciate so many things about our school, about our teachers, about our administration, and I appreciate so many things about our district. You all have a very difficult job and not easy parents to please. Sometimes we have a lot of things that we care about and things that we want, opportunities that we want for our children to have. And I think in so many ways, the people in our schools and the people in our district go above and beyond to make sure that our kids have the opportunities that they deserve. I also very much appreciate, as a member of the school community council, I get to see firsthand how our district is driven by data, and that we focus on and pay close attention to the things that really do work to help students succeed. And one thing that we know improves student outcomes across the board, whether it's physical health, mental health, academic success, is school start time. The recommended amount of sleep for 11 to 13-year-olds is 11 to 12 hours a night, and for 13 and up is 8 to 10 hours per night. Catching a bus at 6:45 a.m. makes 11 hours impossible. 12-year-old kids are not physically wired to fall asleep at 7 p.m., so they cannot wake up at 6 a.m. and get the sufficient amount of sleep that they need. A 7:30 a.m. start time is producing kids who are chronically tired and unable to perform to their potential. It's only adding to the problems of depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and others. And it's also adding to a lack of well-rounded education, with 25% of our student population opting out of first period, which means they're forgoing, in some cases, any elective options at all if they're DLI students. Currently, 25% of our kids have educational release for first period. The main reason that they're opting out of first period is to get sufficient sleep. And it's doing our students a huge disservice, but it's also messing with our FTE numbers and making our school a bottom of the barrel choice for some elective teachers, especially music, as we have seen with the severe bleed of music teachers at Draper Park. I sincerely hope you have heard our plea for a later start time and that you will decide to act in time for this 2022-23 school year. And also, speaking just for myself, I hope that you will create more equity across our district and opportunity for our kids by changing middle school schedules to include more than 6 periods. So kids have the opportunity to explore their interests, to get invested in something they love without sacrificing DLI classes or state required classes. The job market is demanding creative thinkers now more than ever. I just read a study conducted by MIT where tech companies were preferring to hire music students over coding students because of the unique ways that their brains are wired. In conclusion, I just want to encourage you to please go ahead and act on getting that later start time for Draper Park Middle School that reflects the data-driven recommendations by the CDC and others, which is around 8:30 a.m. or later. And then I also want to thank you for considering increasing our student elective options and class periods in order to give students more choice in their education and a more well-rounded edge as they enter their college and career opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Vanessa Croshaw.
All right, you guys are scary. Okay, I speak all the time and then I have to come here and my knees are knocking. Okay, I am so grateful. It was great to listen to the working meeting. I appreciate all the efforts on Draper Park Middle School schedules. I was here 5 years ago, and so were 2 of my boys. I happened to be serving on the SCC when Mr. Levitt came to us and said, we need to go from 7 periods to 6. And there was almost zero discussion. It was just, we're voting, vote, the end, done. And I remember thinking, okay, I guess that's what needs to happen. I had no idea that I had a voice as a parent to say, wait a minute, that means my kids won't get an elective, hang on. And the argument was that the test scores were low and it needed to happen. But I assumed it was temporary to get the scores back up and then we would reissue it. That was when my oldest of 5 kids was in 7th grade. Now my youngest of 5 kids is in 7th grade. And we're still trying to work on this. So I'm so excited about the options that you guys spoke about. And I just really invite you to think outside of our district. I have visited principals in the Alpine district. I've visited principals in the Provo school district. I've looked at their their master boards. I've spent a ridiculous amount of research on data about school schedules because this is so important to me. And there is a way to make it work. It's working in so many places right now. So we can make it work. And our kids more than ever need electives. Just a little piece of data that we got at our last SCC meeting was that 40% of the students at Draper Park Middle School are missing at least 18 school days out of the year. And more than half of that are missing more than 36 school days. So when we talk about seat time, those kids are missing a lot more seat time. And I honestly, genuinely believe that if they can choose some of their classes and give them more periods, they will be more excited about being at school. So please, let's give them the choice, give them the option to be a part of a community, whether it's band, orchestra, theater, dance, choir, whatever. That is a part where they need to be together. They need to look at each other's faces. Their phones are in their bags, and that's what they need more than ever. So thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comments for this evening, and want to thank each of you that have been here and have addressed the board on this, on those topics. Okay, next is the consent agenda. I will ask for a motion, and in making that motion, please read each of the items in the consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion regarding the consent agenda. I will read out all except for item F, which I'd like to pull for discussion. So I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item A, approval of business minutes for March 1st, 2022. Item B, approval of hire and termination reports. Item C, approval of purchasing bids. Item D, approval of student overnight travel. Item E, approval of February financial reports. Item G, approval of TSSP and land trust amendments for Willow Springs Elementary. And item H, approval of final 2020 and 2022 land trust and TSSP reports.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on those items in the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Oakes, would you like to discuss item 7F?
Sorry. So this addresses the approval of resources recommended by the Sex Education Instruction Committee. Both Steve and I served on that committee, and we were able to meet once, I believe, at the beginning of November. And most of the supplementary materials they brought to us were great. We actually ran out of time by the end of that meeting. We were able to go over all of the materials, and one of the items that's up for approval includes some pamphlets from the CDC that specifically go over sexually transmitted infections and diseases. There was a question that came up right at the end of the meeting regarding not the written content, but some photographs that were included in there. Some of us had questions as to whether or not the text would just be included with students or if it was also the photos. Anyway, I feel like in looking at it and in going back over the pamphlets and the PDFs of what comes from the CDC, I'd feel more comfortable sending that item back to the committee for further discussion. But I feel comfortable approving the rest of it. I don't know if Steve wants to speak to it himself, but
Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, I agree with Mrs. Oakes. The plan itself needs to be approved tonight, but what we're asking to be pulled is the supplemental stuff for the teachers, which is basically some CDC information that may be questionable. So I'd love to move it back and take it back to the committee and review that. I get some of the current policies we have, though, they're separate from the sexual education program. It still gives us a good guideline as to do. And if the group again feels it's appropriate, they can come back and present it. But I feel we can move forward with what the state's requiring us on the sex education, and that information that's being in those pamphlets on the CDC can easily be found by anybody on the internet if they want to find it anyway. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion, board? Okay, so what I'm hearing is that there is a memo on board docs that lists several resource items, but it's just one of those items that you have concern about. So
Yeah, so Amber, I see Amber at the back saying, wait, is the rest all approved? So I guess this is where I need to make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion for approval of resources recommended by the Sex Education Instruction Committee with the exception of the CDC materials that we would like to send back to the committee for further review.
so that is your motion? Okay.
And I will
And is
second
there,
that.
okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. So I anticipate that at some point, if the committee meets, when the committee meets again, if they have something they want to bring forward, then let us know and we'll bring it back to the board. Okay, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda is item 8A, late start or early out proposal for collaboration and professional learning communities. I'll turn the time over to Alice Peck from School Performance.
Thank you, President Tingy and board members. We wanted to talk tonight about a proposal to adopt either a common early out or a late start for all schools in our Canyon School District. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint. Here we go. Okay, so the purpose of this proposal is to establish a district-wide common block of time for our teachers in order for them to create high-performing professional learning communities at all levels. These PLCs, that we call them, will ensure a focus on learning and not just on teaching, as this is the fundamental purpose of school, is to ensure that all of our students learn at high levels. It is also to build a collaborative culture and collective responsibility in order to impact our school practice for the success of each student and to provide worthwhile content for them. It also is to establish a focus on results, to assess the effectiveness in helping our students learn through the use of data and how we can adjust instruction as needed to meet their needs. So the other purpose of having a common late start or early out would be to ensure that planning and preparation time for teachers is met at all levels. As you're aware, our teachers are faced with lots and lots of work that includes not just the teaching, but preparation of lesson materials and lab stations. They have to grade assignments and assessments. They spend a lot of time communicating with parents, preparing for that personalized learning and accommodations for all students. And they also need that time to support and maintain their Canvas pages. Okay, so before we dive in much more to this proposal, I thought it would be important to step back and just look a little bit at some of the data and school achievement over time. Now, I want to caveat this data with the understanding that there are a lot of factors that play into student achievement. Okay, so I'm not going to stand here in front of you tonight and say that one of these things that we've done has been the magic bullet, right? So it's been a lot of different things that we've focused on over the years. But I think one of those things that we've worked on, particularly at the middle school level, and it's really worth noting, is when we started looking at this data, and the data is going to be starting in 2014, you want to consider the fact that our middle schools began the reconfiguration, and they did begin teaming at that time and really started to hone in on professional learning communities. and how to utilize those to support the students in their school. So again, there are a lot of factors that play into this data, but this is one way that we can look at the effectiveness of what we've done at the middle schools over the years. So each of the next slides that I'm going to show you will compare our district averages to state averages in terms of proficiency in state tests over a period of time. And there have been a lot of other things, as I mentioned. We've had different state standards, we've had different end-of-year tests, district curriculum, lots and lots of professional development support, and other things that I think we should celebrate in looking at this data. But for this slide, we're going to look at sixth grade language arts. And if you compare our district's SAGE data in 2014 to the state average, Canyons was 8% higher in their proficiency. Fast forward to 2021 and our RISE test. And again, Canyons average proficiency is 10% higher than the state average. And again, this is for sixth grade language arts. So we're going to do the same thing by looking at seventh grade language arts. Our district was 13% higher in 2014 in proficiency on state standards or state testing, excuse me. And 2021, our RISE scores, we were 14% higher. In our eighth grade language arts, 2014, we were 9% higher than the state average. And 2021, we were 12% higher than state average. Okay, and looking at math, our SAGE data was commensurate with the average of our state in 2014, and then 3% higher in 2021. Seventh grade math, we were 10% higher on 2014 SAGE and 18% higher on the RISE test in 2021. Eighth grade, 9% higher 2014 and 14% higher in 2021. All right, we'll look at our sixth grade science data. Canyons was 4% higher than the state in 2014. And again, this is state average. 2021, we were 8% higher. Seventh grade science, 8% higher in 2014 and 17% higher in 2021. Eighth grade science, 11% higher than the state in 2014 and 2021, 13% higher. Now, again, I recognize that this data is looking at different measurements over time. But again, in looking at some of the things that our middle schools have been able to accomplish in that period of time, I think that looking at the fact that they've been able to team and they have been able to hone in on their PLCs is just an important component of all of that. So in looking at this proposal, this is what we have and how it would change. So we have right now, all of our elementary schools are involved in Friday early outs. Our middle schools are currently involved in Friday late starts. And with the exception of Alta High, our high schools are right now having to use either before or after school time to collaborate and plan, with the exception of the Tuesday late start, as I mentioned, for Alta High. So really what we're hoping can change is to come up with a common and coordinated late start or early out for not just our elementaries, but for our middle school, and not just for our elementary and middle schools, but for our high schools as well. Now we want to look very carefully at what the expectations of this time would be. All teachers will engage in professional learning community work with a focus on student and teacher data, problem solving, and instruction. And again, the ability to adjust that instruction based on the data that they're finding. Those teams will be comprised of members who share common content and or students. They share common data. They will meet at scheduled times at least 3 times per month. They will follow team developed norms, and teachers will effectively use planning time. Okay, so there's actually going to be two different options for you to consider. The early out option would be 4 hours of an academic block of time, and this is to meet that USBE requirement in order for us to have considered that to be a full day of instruction. That would then be followed, early out option. Excuse me. So it would also include a lunch for the students. And then your teacher work would happen during that time that students leave early for the day. So their work comes at the end of the day when students leave. Whereas a late start, your teachers are going to work first thing in the morning before students come to school. And then students would come to school, we would provide lunch, and then they would have their 4-hour academic block time. So let's look a little bit at the pros and cons. Honestly, most of the pros and cons are in the eye of the beholder. Both of these models really, quite honestly, would do a better job of supporting our transportation department. And while I talked to Jeremy Wardle, I don't have any hard numbers in terms of the savings, but I do understand that there would be some savings in terms of bus routes and number of bus drivers that are needed. A common early out would maintain tradition for our elementary schools. They have used this schedule for quite a long time, and older siblings have been available to help support family needs as a result of this. Some of the cons, we want to be honest, time can easily be misused if not monitored. So just some things to consider with the common early out. A common late start, teachers probably have more energy at the beginning of the day to really dive into their PLCs and do that collective work. But I think, we're all fresher, not all of us, but a lot of us are fresher in the mornings than we are in the evenings or the afternoons. This could help avoid conflicts with some of the afternoon activities that students are taking a part of. Some of the cons is it may be harder on families to adjust their work schedules and daycare, particularly for parents of younger students. Okay, a lot of things to consider, but our recommendation is that we adopt a common early out and that early out to be on Fridays for the following reasons. First and foremost, we really feel like this is the most family friendly of the options. The continuity and support for families with younger students with work schedules and daycare is something to be considered. The other thing that this would allow for is more common collaborative time, not just for our high schools, but for our different levels and feeders. One of the things we've tried to do as a district for a while now, and it's a time constraint because our schools don't have that common planning time, is for our feeder schools to get together and spend time planning. And so that could certainly be something that could be accomplished. And honestly, having an early out is really the best plan in terms of our transportation department and their scheduling. In terms of a Friday, we felt like flexibility for families' weekend plans is something that we should consider. If we had a late start in the middle, or excuse me, an early out in the middle of the week, that wouldn't be something that they could do or take advantage of. And the other thing to consider with Fridays is it would have less out of class time for those students that travel on Fridays to get to sports and other activities. So this is our recommendation, and at this time we will be open for questions.
Thank you, Alice. I'm sure there are quite a few questions, but I'd like to give Superintendent a minute if he had anything to add.
Yeah, thank you, President, and thank you, Alice, for the presentation. So I just want to add to this. First off, I'm really passionate about supporting this proposal. And I think, looking ahead and thinking about our strategic vision, this is specifically called out as a strategic initiative under the impact statement under high achievement and learning. And all of the research is clear that PLCs during regular contract time are the most effective in improving outcomes. I think we know that. But I want to get to the foundation of why do we do this, and what does a PLC actually mean? Over the years, that's been kind of thrown around in different terms and has different meaning. But the real work of a PLC is what do we want students to learn? What are those common outcomes? What are those objectives? And that can be, that might be through state standards, that might be through content standards or grade level standards, but it's really trying to eliminate educational lottery where students access the same high quality teaching and learning that they can get in any classroom anywhere in the district. So that's the first question. The second is, how do we know? Right? So that might be through benchmarking, or that might be through common assessment that our grade level teams utilize. You can't build that unless you have the time really to, recalibrate and look at, if 3 of us teach the same content or the same grade level, without that time to really understand practice, that's what drives improvement with instruction, right? The third is, what do we do when students don't learn? What is our plan for remediation? And that might be at a classroom level, that might be at a grade level, school level, district level. But again, without having a common set of data to compare to, how do we really know how to intervene? And lastly, what do we do for accelerated learners? How do we build in? I mean, we've heard a lot about opportunities, especially tonight, some of the parents, speaking to that very point. And this is where I think it really lends to innovation in the classroom. Teachers need that time to build new ideas and to really, I think something that we talked about in the strategic plan that COVID has sort of robbed from us is permission. So when we're thinking about the future and we're thinking about innovation and providing those opportunities, those really are the 4 fundamental questions that should drive what this looks like. Along those same lines, now that we're post-pandemic, one thing that we've also learned from this is our parents and students expect choice. And to do that, I think we're in a place where a blended learning model and supporting Canvas and in-person instruction are here to stay. Whether it's COVID related or not, our parents and students want the flexibility and those options. And if they don't get that support from us, then they can seek that elsewhere. And so to me, to provide that additional time for our teachers to really maintain, to me, you look at that learning curve from the time, at least that I got here in 2020 to now, and just the amazing strides that our teachers and our staff have made in really delivering on that model. I mean, that really is where the future's at. Along with that, you think about how content is evolving digitally, that probably even supports, this notion even more. And I want to just speak to, I realize and recognize, Mont and I were just discussing this sidebar, it does require a tremendous amount of trust. And as Alice said, is there the opportunity for misuse? Yes. But to me, the opportunity and the gains that are there for us outweigh the risk. In my experience, all the years that I've been an administrator in 4 or 5 different districts, I've done late start, early out, Mondays, Tuesdays, Fridays, Thursdays. And in my experience, Fridays for families at the same time, so siblings can help 10 younger siblings, so families can plan weekends, and teachers have that time to really collaborate and do the work of PLCs. And it might look a little different. I mean, sometimes I've seen PLC teams do their work. They like to do their PLC work early in the morning and then use that time in the afternoon to really build out their, their Canvas pages or whatever else they need to do. And that does come with risk. And I think that falls on my responsibility and our principals and our leadership team to ensure that we meet those expectations. But I'm so excited that we're actually having this conversation. I really thought and hoped that we would have this conversation 2 years ago, and then we ran into this little thing called a pandemic. So it's been nice to actually talk about this in the office and not COVID. But I just want to really throw my support for this proposal and this presentation. So questions?
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there are lots of questions. How about if we just kind of go down the row? Is that all right? Okay, Mrs. Schill.
Okay, I just want to add my excitement to this because I was on the group for strategic planning of high quality teaching, which got folded into high quality learning. But this was one of the things that we talked about. So I'm excited. We're already moving forward on our strategic plan. So I have a couple of questions. So the first one is, will elementary schools get out earlier or will they stay the way they are?
I don't know exact numbers because it's going to depend on bell schedule and all of that. But for the most part, I don't see there being much change for the elementary. I do know that we might want to consider the lunch on an early out because honestly, if we were to do take home lunches or sack lunches, that's going to provide less time for students in the cafeteria and the supervision of teachers that would give them a little bit more planning time. But I think the other thing to keep in mind with elementary is they have been doing their PLCs depending on the time they choose. Some of the PLCs have been done during the school day, during the brain booster time. Some are done on Fridays. So I think that we could certainly keep that flexibility for the elementary schools in terms of when they hold those brain boosters.
Okay, so maybe like an hour earlier at the most. I mean, I'm just wondering for parents. Like
yeah. And again, I don't know, maybe you can help us out, Leon, with how much time they have now.
I think what our initial plan, and we'll bring this back as part of the bell schedule, is everybody would get out 2 hours earlier than the regular time. So I think they get out about 90 minutes earlier now. And so we're looking at 2 hours.
So maybe
so slightly more.
So just straight across the board, 2 hours earlier. That way it's easier to manage transportation. So the same bus routes go the same time. We'll do the same runs every day. And that's what we're looking at.
Okay, then my second question is, how will the early out days work with the high school AB schedule? Because I know that got kind of messed up when we were doing the early out or the virtual Fridays. So anyway, just wondering if you thought about that.
That is a good question. I don't know. My colleagues.
Okay.
That is a good point. Since it's every Friday, it should even out.
Yeah, so one Friday's an A day, the next Friday's a B day.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you, Superintendent. I agree. I do believe that PLCs and teacher collaboration, cross curriculum, all of this is made possible better by building that into the week for the teachers. And, I know other neighboring districts already have this in place for the high school teachers, and this is long overdue. So thank you. Okay, going back to your slide, I think there have been some pros and cons that have maybe possibly been overlooked. A con to the afternoon early out is we have several teachers that will be conducting things like football practice, play practice, drill, all of these things that just happen at the end of the day.
And I am concerned about those teachers not being able to collaborate and do the PLCs for that. Another huge pro for a late start, if we're really thinking about students and whole child and their health, it is much healthier for our students to be able to sleep in. Not only does the American Association of Pediatrics agree with that, and the American Academy of Sleep, and NBC, and the CDC, and all sorts of different acronyms, we find that there is a direct link between lack of sleep for adolescents and negative teen behaviors. And we do know that their circadian rhythms are changed during puberty, and so they are more awake at night and more sleepy in the morning. If we are looking at data, we also know, according to the University of Washington, that when schools in Seattle were delayed with their start times, the final grades were 4.5% higher. We have also seen a similar trend with our state testing. Those students in later periods of the day score higher with the same teacher instruction than they do earlier. So if we're thinking of students first, there is a great benefit for a later start because they will have a healthier habit of sleep. My dad would always say with early outs, guess what? When teens go home with early out and both parents are working, lots of times they're not participating in healthy activities for themselves and they're getting into trouble. But I don't know any teens that wake up at 6 a.m. to stir up any trouble. So we do need to look at what that does to our student population. There's a good chance if we do a late start, they will be sleeping. That's healthy for them. Early out, sometimes with both parents working, that can have a negative impact on our kids. The other thing when we're talking about family schedules, if we are doing the early out for families who have a morning kindergartner, that means that any other child older, they do not have any childcare option. That means that they need to go pick up that kindergartner extra early and all the other siblings will not be available to attend. So that could be a problem for families. Also, if we're looking at 2 hours earlier with our half-day kindergarten, that does put our children at school just an hour and 40 minutes. And so by the time parents drop off their kids, they're coming quickly to pick them up. So I am very much in favor of having this teacher collaboration. I'm requesting that we look at how to resolve those issues with the kindergarten because the 2 hour makes it so they're not there very, very long. And then also I would just really like the district to look a little closer at the later start instead of the early out, because I do think there are some pros and cons that are missing from the list.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
I have put a little bit of history into this. So initially we didn't have any late starts, early anythings, and we decided that the PLCs were very important and we'd put that in the elementary schools. And for some reason, we put it on Friday afternoon, probably so that parents could get out early and have a long weekend. I'm not exactly sure because there has been some issues, people being worn out by that time, the end of the week and really tired. And then we're going to ask them to do their best and collaborate. And we've had some concerns mentioned over the years of issues. Then after that, several years later, after we got it, I'm going to use a word I can't use here. After we got assurance that it was working, we decided to do the middle schools. And we decided to do, rather than late out on the middle schools, we do early. And now we're talking about the high schools, and some of the high schools, such as Altus, decided to go early. I've had an opportunity over the years to see participate in the PLCs. It's really amazing. It's a little different in the elementary schools and the middle schools. The elementary schools has an opportunity that you have at least all your fourth grade teachers and your third grade teachers all get together and say, so what are you teaching and what working and what isn't working? And that's really cool. And you're able to move around. It really starts getting a lot of fun in the middle schools. Middle schools, basically, since they do teaming, they're able to come all together sometimes in team and say, so I've got Johnny in this class and it ain't working for me, but he's doing really well in your class. What are you doing to make it work for Johnny? And I've seen some amazing things happen then as they're saying, well, this is what I do. Then also they have the opportunity for all of the math teachers or seventh grade math teachers to get together and math teachers in general get together in the class, but they also have the opportunity for all the 7th grade math teachers in the whole district to get together so they can say, well, what are we doing on the 7th grade? So the quality of instruction, I think, goes way up, and especially for those singletons, the choir teachers, the CTE teachers that may be the only teacher in that school can now collaborate with other teachers across the district. So their level of teaching is now on a more of a collaborative nature, and they say, well, what's working over at Indian Hills, and let's try this over at Eastmont. And I've seen some amazing things happen with that. And then in the high school, we've had no opportunity to collaborate. And a lot of times they're doing stuff after school, so they can't really collaborate, so they come in early. So then again, you got the singleton teachers in high school that don't get that opportunity to go to the other high schools to talk with one another. And they also to collaborate back and forth with the different subjects they have, especially English and math and other stuff. So I see this as being something really exciting and really beneficial in the long run. I know the parents will be giving up a couple hours, but I think the quality of education is going to be much more enhanced when we're able to continue that. And we've seen that with the elementary already in the middle schools. Far as times, we have been talking about the possibility of, well, first off, kids need sleep. If we put it in the afternoon, it doesn't issue that at all. If we put it in the afternoon, later on, we come back and say, well, yes, we agree, kids need sleep. And we're going to start the school times an hour later or a half hour later. Then we got a problem because we won't have enough instruction time during the day. So we have to end it half hour later. And that becomes a real problem within the high schools if we have to end it. So I know it's difficult on trying to make a decision, but my recommendation would be to do the mornings. My ideal recommendation would be to do it on Wednesdays. Now, I don't know how everybody is, and we'd really need to talk with people. But if you're doing a high school, I believe you'd be able to do AB on Monday, Tuesday, a short day on Wednesday, AB on Wednesday, Thursday, and you're not going to get this half day Friday because we have that sometimes, or a day off. However, a lot of Monday holidays, so there may be a problem on that one. There's always problems. But being Wednesday being a short day, especially for middle schools and high schoolers, middle of the week, they can make up all the sleep that we're depriving them of by the current schedule. At least we get a little bit of sleep, and it doesn't refer and things. So those are my personal opinions. I would be really interested to find out sort of where our teachers and some of our SCCs are coming from also. I mean, we can make these on high decisions with everything we have, but I really would like to have, and I suspect we'll get stuff from all over the place on recommendations, but it would be interesting to ask, since we are asking the teachers and asking the parents an important question on this that will affect their lives. What would be the possibility? So I strongly agree that we need to move forward with this. I'm excited about the middle high schools. They've been talking about that for some time. It's made no sense that we've had the elementaries early out, middle schoolers early in. They couldn't take care of each other. And maybe I think also with the part-time kindergartens and stuff, or there's some issues going on there. So maybe when you bring it back next time, you can just mull this over and see if everything I'm talking about is crazy. It could be, but also to find out, maybe get some input from some of our staff, our principals or something, into what would work best for them. So that would help the board in making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oakes?
Thanks. I am actually really, really excited about this. I really feel that we won't be able to move to the next level as a district until we do have PLCs at the high school level. One of the things I've realized, especially with the Student Advisory Council, that's such a fun group of kids. They often will share amazing things that they're seeing in the classroom. Whether it's a financial literacy teacher who really makes the course very relevant for them, or a history teacher that makes history come alive in a way that I hadn't even thought of before. And I've lamented that we can't take those rock star teachers and what they have to offer and be able to disseminate that information and training to other teachers. I mean, it makes it so you really have pockets of brilliance that it needs to be shared. And I think having a common late start or early out really, allows for that, especially if the principals from the different schools are willing to collaborate with each other, even across schools. I know that's a major issue that the teachers in the Arts Consortium have brought up over and over and over again. They'll say, I've never had the chance to see what another choir teacher does. I've never had the chance to see what another band or orchestra teacher does. I mean, the opportunity of what they can learn from each other is incredible. And I'm really looking forward to that. One of the questions I have is whether or not this time could possibly be used for vertical alignment between the feeders. Okay, because I have a daughter who is in an honors English class. I like her teacher, but they recently read a bunch of short stories that the entire class raised their hand and said, we read these in 7th grade. And she looked at him and said, well, then you should have tell your 7th grade teacher not to teach these. Which I was like, okay, this is a vertical alignment issue, right? You know, so I would love to be able to see some of those things kind of ironed out through opportunities like this. I am also in favor of the idea of a late start rather than an early out. For all of the reasons that my fellow board members have mentioned. I know that Brian McGill is here, and I don't know if it's appropriate for me to ask this, but I would be curious to know the reason why Alta High School chose the Tuesday late start. If you have a chance to kind of speak to that. And one that's okay.
So it was actually piloted the year before I got there, and I've kept it in place every year thereafter. We chose the Tuesdays for a couple of reasons. One, we felt like that was kind of a midline into the week and looking at student health and their mental health in particular and sleep times and that sort of thing. We figured doing a late start would allow students an additional opportunity to get a little extra sleep as it related to the early midpoint of the week. And it's worked out great. Like I was thinking here as we're talking about this for all high schools, I don't know how the other high schools have done what they've done without it. We've held our faculty meetings. We do PLCs twice a month. Started doing some self-care interest activity groups with our teachers this year as part of that Tuesday late start. That time is very valuable. It's imperative that the teachers have it. But we primarily looked at the late start time to allow students the opportunity to get a little extra sleep. So
thank you. That's really helpful. And then I just have, one of the things I'm reticent about doing an early out for the elementary kids is that I do think that there is a lot of social emotional benefit to them just having lunch and recess with their friends. And you take an additional day away from that. I don't know. From my perspective as a parent, I feel like that's a loss that I would be sad about. I do have a question for Leon on all of this. Some of what's been said is that this would be easier on transportation. I'm curious whether or not late start and early out, late start, whether or not this kind of proposal would make it easier at all for us to be able to put back the start time at Draper Park Middle and Mount Jordan.
For this proposal, I don't see that. I think that's a whole different topic that we're working on. We'll bring to you next week a couple options for both those schools. This, as far as transportation goes, late start, early out, the efficiencies, we don't see it either way. We would just like to keep it consistent, whether it's 90 minutes or 220 minutes, either way, just so, again, the routes and the runs line up the bus drivers picking up the kids all 5 days. One of the problems that we have now, and I also alluded to it, is on Fridays with the late starts for the middle schools. And at the same time, our bus drivers are, some of them are working 10 plus hours a day on those days. So they're getting overtime. That's where the savings would come in. We wouldn't necessarily need fewer drivers because we're already short some, but it would cut down on the overtime that way. But it's also a problem because the bus drivers do form a relationship with the kids right over time, right? And basically they're having a sub every day. I mean, on that Friday, whether it's the middle schools or the elementary school. And so that impacts that because we just can't design the routes because they're all starting roughly at the same time. So that impacts that relationship with buses sometimes going the wrong direction or something that happens because there's a sub basically on those routes just about every Friday. So That's why we'd like to even it up and make it more efficient that way.
All right, Mrs. Arnold. I have lots of concerns. I mean, I get PLCs. There's no doubt that I get those. I do those all the time. But I have multiple concerns about, I don't understand how one morning of sleeping in really helps children, adult children. Yes, I could understand if it was every day, but I'm a farm girl. My dad woke us up at 4 o'clock in the morning. We went out, we fed the animals, we gathered in coal and wood. And by the way, yes, I had an outhouse. And yes, we had no furnace. And yes, we had to build those fires before they could start cooking in the morning. And so I'm older than dirt, and I just really have a hard time some days. And yes, we were on the field by 6 o'clock in the morning hauling hay, and we didn't stop until 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night. So just letting you know that piece of information. So I don't know that one morning is going to really help. I think students still have clubs and sports in the mornings. I remember my boys still had basketball. They alternated between basketball in the mornings one year, and then they would do cross country the next year because of the use of the field. So we do have sports in the mornings, right? That the students have to practice or participate in.
Drill, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm hearing behind me, some schools have drill team and cheer and a few other activities in the mornings, yes.
Okay, so then my one thought is I don't understand how this helps babysit at all, because now we have the little ones going until lunch. Then we have the middle school ones home, and then they go, and the little ones are coming home. And now we have the high school kids who are, we don't know. So like my thought is, if we're going to do this, then make it the same across the board for middle, elementary, and high. And is there a reason that we can't make it all the same for all three populations?
That is what we're proposing. We want it to be either early out for the entire district, all levels, or late start for elementary, middle, and high.
Okay, so because I thought we were just talking high school. I don't know how I missed that little piece of information. That's fine. And then Leon just kind of explained how it saves money on the bus, because I couldn't see that either, because you still have buses running. You're not stopping any more buses from still coming and going, but apparently there is a way to save money for that. The parents already have a problem with early out and late start. And so I'm not quite sure how we're going to get the parents on board to maybe, because all of them will be doing it at the same time, and they won't be making 3 different runs for 3 different times to 3 different schools. Maybe they'll buy into that. I think Fridays are problematic in itself. I have seen it both ways, where people are professional and they stay and they work and they do. And I have seen it where any excuse to leave the building an hour early, they will leave. And so I would choose an alternative day than Friday or Monday. Like I was thinking Wednesday too. I didn't know why I'll to use Tuesday, but I would probably use a Wednesday too, because I think we already have and have used many Fridays to be a Friday out, so yeah. So I'm thinking Wednesdays. What were my other questions and concerns? So right now we meet as departments. I thought high schools were already doing PLCs because I was told they were meeting as departments. So the high school's not doing any PLCs, or they are meeting as departments?
I think they're meeting as departments and they're doing the best they can before or after school, but they just, with the exception of Alta. So they're doing it. Is it enough? Is it, what they need? I'm hearing no, that they really need more collaborative time to do those things that you've mentioned, in addition to being able to do things vertically with other schools and other departments in other schools, just having that common time.
Okay, and then the elementaries, if I remember right, and I may be wrong, I thought that the brain booster and specials were where the elementaries were having their PLCs during the daytime. So does that then change how they're doing their PLCs? And are they going to be doing those on the Wednesday, or is that their work day, their work time?
So
or
the way,
is
I'm sorry.
across the board going to be PLCs on that Wednesday afternoon? Everybody in the whole district, elementary, middle school, and high school will be doing PLCs.
No, and I'm sorry if I didn't clarify that better. Our brain booster schedules at the elementary school right now currently allow for a lot of flexibility by school. Some schools do their PLCs during the school day, during those brain booster times. Some have chosen to do them on the Fridays. We would hope that flexibility would still be in place. So we're not changing that flexibility for the elementary schools. They can still hold their PLCs in the middle of the day if they prefer. But they've always had that early out time on Fridays to do additional things other than PLCs. It could be planning. It could be collaborating with other schools. It could be there. It's just always been open for them to make that decision based on the needs of each of the elementary schools. And we don't anticipate taking that away from them. So they would still be able to do what works best for their school.
So if we change it from a Friday to a Wednesday, then they would not do PLCs that day. They would just do faculty meetings and PD and
possibly
planning.
Yeah, they could still do. It would be harder on the brain boosters. They'd have to reconsider their brain booster schedule, but that's what they're doing on Fridays anyway. It would just be a different day of the week. Okay. Right now they're doing brain boosters Monday through Thursday for the most part, because that Friday is an early out.
Okay. Let me think if there was anything else. Sorry about the questions. I think I'm okay on. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Millenberg.
Clarine, I want you to know I get the farm life, been there, done that. The only part you left out is I want to know if where you lived, it was uphill to school both ways.
It was 2 miles up to Emory County High School and 2 miles back home.
But it was uphill both ways, right? Okay. Alice, you went through the pros and cons. One con that I didn't see listed is every family has an oldest child. So not all these kids have older siblings to help take care of them. So that could be a problem. I really like the concept of the early out or late start. I'm not quite sure how it works with the high schools, because it seems like you've got stuff going at both ends of the day. And I've not met too many football coaches that'll say, oh yeah, we've got early out today, no football practice. Oh, it's Friday. Sorry, we're not going to play our game tonight. You're going to have to help me with the concept on the high school level a little bit. Now, on the elementary level, it looks like it's going to continue about like it is, right? You will have the same.
Correct.
You're going to have the same classroom teachers. You're going to have the same principals. You're going to have the same district administration. Tell me, as an honest assessment, on early out Fridays, what does contract honoring look like amongst at the elementary schools? Would you give me an 80%, 50%, 99%?
Oh, I'm going to give it 90%. And let me tell you why. We were very adamant, and I know those of you that were on the board when we started talking about these options, we were very adamant that that time be utilized effectively for the elementaries. And I can tell you, Mont, and I don't go out every single Friday afternoon to monitor how the schools are doing, but I will tell you.
And nobody wants to have the
Sure.
Gestapo out checking
Sure.
the parking lot.
But I can assure you that there are a lot of important meetings and professional development and things that happen on those Fridays because that time is so valuable. And so you're not, 100% of the time, probably not. Are there going to be exceptions where people take advantage of leaving 30 minutes early on a Friday? Because I can't say that's not happening.
I mean, MLK, President's Day, those are
Sure.
just built in. God, I would like to get out of here early.
But what I can tell you is I firmly believe that our principals and our teachers are being professionals and they are using that time effectively and they welcome that time and they need it. So.
And, I'm going to go back to the issue that Holly brought up with the late start Friday for the high schools. I really like the concept of moving our start time back 5 days a week, not just one. And I think we need to separate the issues. And if it becomes a late start and we can adjust our start time for our secondary schools, then they just start later than late. But I really think that we need to separate those issues into two different discussions. And I'm depending upon you to come back and tell me how late start or early out on Friday is going to work for high schools.
I can do that for you, Mont.
Good, thank you.
Okay, I have a few thoughts and questions. First of all, going back on the history, I think several of us here in the room remember the time when it was just for 1 year, but we decided to take away that early out for the elementary schools, and how in the name of instruction time. And I was a huge and still am a huge proponent of instruction time. I realize it's not all about seat time, but it is about seat time to some degree. And but yet I learned it then, and then I've learned even more through COVID how important it is that teachers have time to collect their thoughts and to make plans, to process through things and to create ways of doing things a little bit better. So like Steve mentioned, it's kind of quality and quantity. Both are valuable factors that need to be considered. I have on the high school thing, it is a little, it's going to be a challenge, whether it is early out or late start. I had some feedback, and I think you mentioned this a little bit, Alice, that if it's an early out on a Friday, that a lot of the teams don't necessarily have regular practices on Fridays, but they have games. And so that would mean that the participants in the games wouldn't be looking to leave school at the end of the day, leave early to go to their games, but they could be provided that. But I do see that an early out, like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, would be a problem for high schools that do have the after school activities. And there are some early morning ones, but if it is an early out, that those early morning activities would just continue, right? And then a couple of just quick questions on short weeks. So when there's not a Friday, like after parent teacher conference or fall break or something like that, would it be like how elementary school is now, where if there's not school on a Friday, then that doesn't mean Thursday is an early out or a late start?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be something we'd have to
I mean,
decide.
that's just
So
a question I have. I don't have a.
Nancy, I wouldn't, to me, my recommendation would be it skips. If it doesn't fall on Friday, then it's regular. It gets so confusing to try to back that up to a Thursday or whatever the holiday is. If it doesn't fall on it, it stays on the schedule. I mean, and these guys can talk to that, but it would really foul up AB if we started trying to put that in place. So
Okay.
it stay on Friday.
Yeah. So yeah, that was kind of my question on short weeks. And then also the instruction time, I'm assuming y'all have kind of modeled out the numbers, the 990. And I know
yes,
that hopefully this would still qualify. I know it would qualify for our 180-day
Mhm.
requirement, but the 990 hours. And if it doesn't, then we would need to pursue getting a waiver of some sort.
Yeah, and that was part of the conversation around making sure that we have enough hours on that day, Friday, Wednesday, to meet those requirements.
Is 990 still, I thought, is that still in state
It
rule? I
is.
thought it was waived.
Well,
It's still,
it was, I
is that-
think
was
it
that a
was waived for
COVID?
COVID, for
Okay.
COVID thing, but I think
Okay.
ongoing, it's not for next school year, but ongoing it's
Okay, so we need to look
We
at
do
that.
need to, okay.
because I'm assuming that this is going to be something we want to continue for many years. And then also just kind of a reminder, I've also been around long enough that I remember when the elementary schools had the early out on Wednesday afternoons in this area. And people were very, very happy when it got switched to Fridays. So both teachers and parents. So I support, I can't remember who said it, but I do feel like at some point before a decision is made, I would like to get significant input from our school communities. All right. Anything else? So it sounds like you've got now some information
Yes.
from us to work with, and we'll look forward to hearing back from you.
Thank you.
Oh, Mrs. Arnold.
Sorry, it is about the minutes. So many schools in central Utah got rid of the early out on Fridays. They went to normal in this last couple of years, went to just normal school, which then gave them extra minutes during the day that they were then out. So they were getting out of school 45 minutes earlier every day. That gave their teachers that 45 minutes every day to be able to have PLCs and or do their work. But when Nancy said that, if we're doing that for the high school, does that then add minutes to the day for the high school so that they're then attending the extra half an hour or 45 minutes so they can be out early on Fridays? Because I don't see how you can just say, we're going to take out these 2 hours and not put those minutes into the days and make them longer. And so now we're going to actually have a longer day for those kids. I'm
Yeah.
just thinking out loud about the minutes.
I know many of our schools have a little bit of buffer already above the 990. So I guess maybe one piece of information would be to bring back what those minutes and hours would look like over the course of
Well,
the school
I
year.
mean, Leon can do the math. 180 days times
So-
6 hours.
Yeah, so
correct?
if you do some
So
quick
you're
math,
you're well over.
six, you just do 6 hours for 144 days, which is 80% of the time. And then 20% of the time you're doing 4 point. You're just doing even 4. Oops. You get 1,008.
So you're,
So we're scooting by, but not by much. We're about 20 over right now.
So what you're telling me is we've been making all these kids go to school an extra 20 minutes every day when we didn't need to. I'm just saying. All right. All right. Well, I think it is a little bit slightly different because of bus schedules as well. Every school is a little bit different. So, but I think it'd be helpful to maybe see a chart or something like that to verify those hours. Let's see, Mr. Wrigley, did you?
Just really quickly, can you talk with our prior witness, Mr. McGill, regarding what was happening in the schools on Tuesday in regards to sports and how he did that? Because there were some questions we had open. So maybe we could move on tonight, but if you could just sort of
Sure.
speak with him.
We can do that for the next
Back of how
presentation.
he was working that, because it seemed to work out well for him in regards to having it in the middle of the week and what was happening on Friday and what was happening on practices and stuff in the morning. That would be helpful.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next item, student discipline update. I will turn the time over to Brian McGill, Director of Student Services.
Brought a couple props with me. Because when we're talking student discipline, I got my magic wand and I got my 8-ball. So I'm ready to answer any question you got there. And it's part of, the benefit of having an elementary principal that shares walls with you. She's got a whole stock full of stuff. So thanks, Chancey, for the magic wand. In fact, she even gave me an option for a princess wand, but I chose the Harry Potter wand. So President Tingy, Vice President Milks, Vice President Wrigley, Mr. Millerberg, Mrs. Schill, Mrs. Arnold, Ms. Neibauer, Mr. Wilcox, and Dr. Robbins, thank you for your continued guidance and leadership in making this the best district to have students in as well as to work for. As a byproduct of this district and as a parent, simply put, there's no better place to be than CSD. And recognition of that, my wife and I just found out that Braden got chosen for the Madrigals at Alta as a junior for next year. So we're really excited about that opportunity for him. I wanted to start off just by expressing my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for this very board and the in-person support that many of you displayed by coming to my mom's recent celebration of life. My mom and I were very close, and she gave several decades of her life to the educational profession in the old Jordan District days, and served at various schools as an administrative assistant. And while I recognize community engagement and customer service are part of our main pillars as a district, I just wanted to say thank you for the personal touch and support during such a difficult time. My mom was made up of several threads of kindness, compassion, and a love and passion for serving kids in schools. And her outlook is something I've tried to emulate as part of my healing and grieving, knowing that she lives on within me. I also wanted to just say real quickly, thanks to Dr. Godfrey and the Jordan School District Superintendent, who's a longtime friend and colleague in the Board of Education. They did a resolution of appreciation on behalf of my mom at their February 26th board meeting. She rendered many years with them. So I just wanted to say thanks publicly. Dr. Robbins originally had me slated to deliver this presentation on my first day on January 18th. So I appreciate him lending me a little bit extra time of getting my feet on the ground a bit as we talk tonight about discipline, attendance, and some introductory information as it relates to skill development and the Utah's Portrait of a Graduate. So let's go ahead and get started. So first off, we're going to go ahead and walk through the definitions and terms. We're going to look at trends in our district, each of the 3 different levels. Why discipline referrals are up, which I think a lot of us kind of know the reason there, but we'll dive a little bit more into that. And then what is the cause of the external behavior that we're seeing in our youth? Our efforts to work towards prevention and intervention, some early warning systems, attendance data, as we look at trends there. I know attendance has been a topic of conversation by some of our parents here this evening. And then again, the Portrait of a Graduate and skill development focus. And then priorities within the Student Services Department, as I'm relatively new in that arena. Oh, there we go. I don't even have to touch the computer. So discipline defined, school discipline means a system consisting code of conduct, punishment, which we have the word punishment there, but I'd like to substitute that word with consequences or accountability metrics. As I feel like as school administrators can work with students as it relates to consequences for decisions of actions versus punishment, which is sometimes we see being done to them instead of with them. And then again, just looking to aim towards classroom management, controlling students' actions, habits, attitude, and behavior in the classroom as a whole. So just wanted to provide you with some definitions and terms as we get started here this evening. Discipline trend data. So what this slide here represents are the last 5 years in Canyon School District. A couple of caveats. One, we started training and expanding the discipline categories and streamlined data dashboard in 1819. Two, the years of 1920 and 2021 were under COVID and had many less days taken into account of overall records. And three, the student services team started training administrators in restorative practices also during the 1819 school year, just prior to the shutdown of spring of 2020, which we just had the anniversary of. I wanted to explicate that data and kind of break it down just a little bit more, again, looking at all levels. And the 2 years that I wanted to demonstrate comparison with was, I know we're saying pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, fingers crossed that we're post-pandemic, right? But I felt like the best way to look at a true comparison of data as it relates to discipline referrals is to compare the 18-19 year versus 21-22. And just as I saw as a principal this fall, you can clearly see, with such things alongside as the deviant licks, the trends on TikTok that we saw, never in my years did I have to send a letter home to my parent community asking for their support and help as it related to such an event. In fact, we had several parents that actually brought their students in, some of which had property from the school or destructed property that they brought back. And it opened up, I think, a lot of our parents' eyes to some of the devious work of some of their kids at home. But as you look at those trend lines, though, you can clearly see in the fall we were up. The good news is, as you look at, the months of December, January, and February, we've dropped off a bit. Now, granted, one of the caveats there is less days as we look at January and February of this year, just due to the fact that we had some remote learning days. But even at that, the data clearly signifies that we struggled this fall. But I think schools, for the most part, recognized, I know we did this at Alta, that we needed to teach our PBIS plan and reteach our PBIS plan to our students. And I think that information is being reinforced and that's shown through with the data. So positive signs with that. I wanted to look at discipline types. So in essence, looking at the top 5 categories or indicators, identifying each of the 3 levels. And so those are listed there for you. And what this does is it helps my team and our school administrators and counselors to look at kind of a needs analysis in terms of what and where we need to be targeting our resources, our time, our energy, and education and training with parents. I found it noteworthy that defiance is the one common link in behavior between all 3 levels that are in the top 5. If you talk to our school administrators, a lot of them will share stories and examples of how that has occurred and continues to occur in our schools. Out of school suspensions, looking at data there, again, some positive signs. What we did here is we looked at data through March 9th, again, to offer a true comparison of pre-COVID and in this current year. So while that's a positive sign, we've had referrals up, suspensions are down. Probably a lot of reasons as to why, but I look at the restorative practices piece that we looked to implement in 1819 and the ramifications and the outcomes as a result of that. So we're seeing some positive results as it relates to out of school suspensions. Restorative practice, I just thought this might be helpful for the board and leadership again as we move forward. We began this training in 18 and 19, and it obviously came to a halt, like many things did in the spring of 2020. But it's a social science that studies how to improve and repair relationships between people and communities. The purpose to build healthy communities, again, increase social capital, decrease crime, antisocial behavior, repair harm, and restore relationships as a whole, which is key. So why the increase in discipline referrals? There's a whole host of reasons as to why, but I think some of the main ones is looking at the impact of COVID, the shutdown from 2020, and the environmental and family strain, the economics, the relationships, substance use and abuse happening within our homes. I know in talking with Sandy PD during our shutdown and that they saw a lot of cases with that. And so we know that that was a trend that was occurring at that time. The simple loss of learning, the social connection and engagement components, which we know are absolutely critical to our youth. The anxiety and depression rates, again, have never been higher than we've seen in our history. And, you know, as we break that down, anxiety is the fear of the unknown. And I think all of us sitting here in this room, as well as our students across the district, you know, I think we can all interrelate to this, right? With the 2 years that we've been through and kind of that unknown of what's to come, what's to be expected, and students living in that state, you know, day in and day out over the last 2 years. And then, of course, the TikTok. I don't know if it's devious or deviant licks, but I went with deviant, pretty much the same thing when it's all said and done. So breaking that down even further, I think we need to take a look at, you know, the internalizing perception of our youth and then the externalizing behavior that coincides with that. And so I've got a quote up there that, you know, every behavior is an expression of need. When students are stressed, their brains are lacking the ability to return to regulated state. And that's not just for students, that's adults as well. And one of the conversations that we had with Amber today at our MTSS is looking at helping our teachers and really all of our educators across the district try to recognize kind of the whys as to why students may be acting out in class and behaving as they shouldn't. And there's 4 identifiers to that, right? Students either are looking to have an emotional connection, a relational connection, physical connection, or control need as it relates to, you know, their classroom. So what need is the child trying to meet? So helping our teachers better understand that. And then, you know, how do young people tell us they're in pain? Well, the irony is you look at the parallels of what's listed up here and you look at the discipline referrals, there's a lot of commonalities between the two. And again, I don't think any of this is really, really surprising to a lot of us. Superintendent Robbins and I had a chance to meet Friday and we were reviewing through this. And this is one of the things he asked me to put in. This was a hot topic at a lot of the superintendent listening to our meetings. And, you know, administrators at all levels feeling like they couldn't suspend when and where it was warranted or that they can't suspend. So what I'm intending and planning to do, and I spoke to our high school principals and level meeting about this, is just to re-review the policy with our administrations on suspension criteria. I think there's been a perception by a lot of our administrators that they can't and that they needed to contact our department directly in order to get you know, validation to be able to do that. But we want to empower administrators and we want to empower our teachers. And I kind of feel like the pendulum swung one way, but we need to kind of swing the pendulum back a little bit and provide a counterbalance so that our administrators and teachers feel supported and feel like they have a psychological safe space to be able to work within each and every day. And the power in suspension is not necessarily the suspension itself, but it's the initial meeting as well as the reinstatement meeting that we have with kids and parents to ensure that the students recognize that, you know, what they've done is wrong, repairing that harm or the relationship, and taking, again, kind of that counseling advisement perspective when we're working with kids and parents through these situations. And as we talk about suspensions, again, although, you know, we want to empower our administrators and teachers to bring about, you know, peace and law and order in the schools, I think we need to be very cognizant of the fact that as we look at out of school suspensions by student groups, there are some concerns as it relates to just disproportionate levels of some students being suspended more than others. So again, a topic of conversation with training with our administrators at each of the school levels. So this graph here shows 18-19 versus 21-22 by student group. And then the next slide here, broken that down even further, looking at ethnicity, again, 18, 19, 21 through 22. And we also looked at data again through March 9th, just to again have a true representation and reflection of this year versus 18-19. And although we've made some progress, as you take a look at, the two data charts, we still have a lot of work to do. So along those lines, I think training our administrators on culturally competent practices when they're working with students from different ethnicities is critically important. The D&I training that we've been doing last week with all administrators provided by Sunlight Works is helping to open that dialogue and have those conversations. But I think that needs to be a critical component that's considered and reflected upon when administrators are working with students from different ethnicities and different backgrounds and different culture. We need to be open and mindful to that. Safeguarding the well-being of all of our students and staff, again, incredibly important as it relates to school discipline, providing mental health supports, and then incorporating parent and family involvement when and where necessary. One of the topics of conversation we're having in leadership, we had some of our top leaders that attended a conference here, Title I conference here recently. And conscious discipline was one of the target areas of focus. And as I was reading through this and reflecting on it, as a former school counselor with a clinical background and as an administrator, as I read through these 7 skills, this is what I basically used as my roadmap in working with kids that got into trouble. First of all, the administrators got to maintain their composure, right? If we maintain our composure, the students oftentimes reciprocate that. Encouraging kids through the process, being assertive, but yet showing empathy as it relates to working with the child and the parent, giving them choices if they have buy-in in the process of what those consequences look like or how they should repair harm or relationships is critically important. Having a positive intent, right? Having a positive emphasis and focus when we're working with kids through challenging and difficult trials and situations as it relates to getting into trouble. And then having clear and concise consequences so that students understand exactly what the ramifications for their decisions were. Effective system interventions. We've got several within our district. I've listed some up here. There's more. There's an expansive list. In your folders, I think there's some information that Cindy had provided as well, just some additional support documentation about pure court referrals, how that's working, the success of some of the cases and students with that, as well as some information from our social workers and some of the work that they're doing with students at the schools as well. But these are all interventions that we're providing as a district back to students and parents. So we're going to crosswalk, switch gears a little bit and take a look at attendance data. So what I've done here is I pulled early warning systems data. What I've done is an 18-19 versus this current school year. I've done a term 1 and a term 2 comparison, looking at where students are at. And again, I don't think this is any information that is surprising to any of us, right? Provided the last 2 years that we've had. As we look at term 1, we had about 7,000 students less on track than we had in 18-19. More kids at risk, more kids off track. And again, this coincides with one of our parents that spoke about attendance and how many students are missing school. So indicators down there at the bottom, on track is our students that are attending 95% or better, at risk 90 to 95. Off track 80 to 90, and then our severe cases are students that are attending less than 80%. Good news is, as you take a look at term 2 and you look at some comparison data between the two, we're doing better, but we still have a lot of work to do. So again, looking at comparisons there, again, all of us know that attendance is the #1 correlating factor with success in school, student engagement, being intrinsically motivated, being connected to their school community and giving back to their school community. So it's imperative that kids attend school. So with this, I've been tasked with creating an attendance policy for fall. I'm going to start with the high school level. I've got a meeting with all the high school principals here in a week and a half to begin that process. We're going to look at each of the templates that are currently in place pre-COVID, look at similarities, comparisons, absolutes that have to be in there, rewards, consequences as well. And our hope and goal there is that we can create a template that could be shared with middle schools, which in turn they could look to use and change and modify as needed. And then the third gear of my presentation is looking at the Utah's Portrait of a Graduate, which I'm really excited about this, to be honest. I really feel like with what USBE has done here is they've crosswalked academics and behavior and combined them into one in terms of the characteristics and traits that we want students to have to not only be successful in school, but to be good citizens and, quite frankly, to be able to have success throughout their life, right? Because school continues on after high school for most people. So what we're taking a look at here is we actually just formulated a study work group this morning, again, which came out of our MTSS meetings. That's going to consist of myself, Amber, Nate, who will be covering our special education department, Sydney Hansen, and McKay. So we have middle school and elementary representation as well. And in essence, what we're going to look to do is begin to build a conceptual framework of taking the USBE's competencies and then looking at the skill development, life skills, metacognitive skill sets that students we know need to have to be successful, and kind of drill down from there. And then kind of a next step would be to take a look at, and this kind of shows you in this next slide, kind of what we're thinking about here, and that we would love to get kind of the board's, input and guidance as we move forward on this, and how this all interrelates into our district vision and strategic planning as well. But yeah, one example. So if you took the lifelong learning and personal growth, for example, those are just some of the sample skill sets that students would need to have to meet that. And as I look at those, we've talked about as part of this study work group, the opportunity of maybe having our teachers and our mental health support staff working collectively together, paying some of our teachers over the course of the summer of creating lesson plans and activities and curriculum that interrelates to these standards. But I think even beyond that, as I reflect upon a lot of these skill sets, which I've incorporated into my life, a lot of these came through life-based experiences and opportunities in school. And so I think it's important for principals to recognize that a lot of these skill sets can be developed through different mediums at the school level. And in my case, my personal example, having been a part of a peer leadership team at Alta and having participated in multiple sports in school, lend itself to me being able to have a forum to create these kind of skill sets within my own life and put them into motion. And I'll just close lastly with, the services within my department as I see it moving forward. As we look at the four kind of main core components of our district vision and strategic plan moving forward, one of those components is the human-centered supports. And this is a conversation I've had with a lot of people as I've stepped into this position, and that is, what are we doing in terms of the health and wellness, not only for our students, but I think for Canyon's district employees across the board. And I think this is an opportunity for student services to work alongside human resources to look at ways to provide opportunities to help our employees with their physical and mental health needs across the board, and creating some reward systems and value-added measures that makes our teachers intrinsically motivated in the work that they're doing with their students. Another priority of mine is to, again, increase resources. We heard Jeff, earlier talk about his social worker and the positive impact that social worker has had directly in the school working with kids and families. So increasing resources across the board as it relates to a lot of our mental health professionals in the schools. Evaluating and improving our student study teams across the district, again, looking at elementary, middle school, and high school. As an MTSS team, we've looked at the tiered fidelity inventory, and we're doing a rating, kind of a self-reflection in terms of where we feel we're at as a district and in relationship to the SSTs operating at the schools. And then through that, identifying ways that we can actually work with our schools to build these systems of improvement so that students ultimately are getting their needs met, whether they're academic or behaviorally, through an MTSS RTI model approach. And then aligning the skill development, which I just made mention with the portrait of a graduate. Again, that's something I'm really excited about, really passionate about. And I think Canyons, we could be a potential model for what that looks like, not only in the state, but I think in the nation, in terms of helping kids at each of the 3 different levels develop the skill sets that they need to be successful in school as well as in life. And again, just aligning our resources, funds, and other opportunities with the board strategic plan as it relates to my department and my area, which again, I'm very passionate about, and I'm very excited about the opportunities that are ahead of us. And in closing, I'd like to simply express my appreciation and gratitude for all the Canyons District employees at this time, in particular our ESPs, whom without them we couldn't run school. Our teachers, our mental health staff, our nurses, our administrators, to see the effort shown these past couple of years during some of the most trying times for our students and families has been very inspirational. And I have lived that firsthand as a principal. Many of us have felt like health practitioners alongside serving as educators during these past couple of years. And I realize today we can begin to get back, and Dr. Robbins kind of spoke to this, to some normalcy and focus on, helping students achieve, engage, and be contributing citizens in their pursuit of continued success. So anyhow, that's a report on discipline.
That's amazing. That's a lot of information and a lot of work. And thank you for putting that together for us. Board, any comments or questions for Dr. McGill? Mr. Wrigley? Oh, I'm sorry, Superintendent, why don't you?
Okay, no, thank you.
And then Mr. Wrigley.
Thank you, President Tingy. And Brian, just want to tell you first how much I appreciate all your work on this and jumping in with 2 feet and just going at it. And also, recognizing passing of your mother and how all that transitioned and everything. Certainly thoughts and prayers are with you at that time and still are. So just a couple of thoughts. The 2 kind of themes that hopefully that we're talking about can help address some things that have really been weighing on my mind. And as we've been around on superintendent listening tour, as Brian mentioned, this issue of student discipline. And as you saw in the data, defiance, that definitely supports what we've heard about disrespect and a lot of the things that are happening. So I really like the direction that we're going. I think, thinking back to the premise of restorative practice, when some of those bills were first passed to kind of reset and repurpose the juvenile justice system, I totally agree with the intent of how that went. But as I've said before, there also needs to be a clear backstop in how we address student discipline. And in many cases, a lot of times you need those supports and those backstops in place to compel and provide that support to parents to get the help they need. So, it definitely shouldn't, in my opinion, fall completely on the school district's shoulders to convey all of those services that are necessary in some of these cases. And I think just to further that conversation at the cabinet level, another discussion piece here is, looking at our spectrum of services, especially when it comes to severe behavior and our ABS system or units and what that looks like. We've seen a lot of increase in real serious behavior by some of our students that probably need another layer of placement, whether it's temporary or not. And I know you're aware that we're working on that. So just appreciate all the work that's been done there. And then I just wanted to speak to this last piece, because I think this is really important moving the district forward. I don't think we need to rehash all of the PTSD everybody's been through when it comes to social emotional learning, but I'm just going to call it out for what it is. But I do think, to Brian's point, it provides us just a golden opportunity to really build on principles and skills that are set forward in the Portrait of a Graduate. And if you look at our strategic vision, we've actually called those out as implementing those in a tiered support system approach. Honesty, integrity, responsibility, hard work, resilience, lifelong learning, personal growth, service, and respect. And my thought is that in recommendation would be, and we can bring this back, but I know there's a lot of questions around this, like how are we moving forward as a district when it comes to tier one support for this kind of thing, especially considering where we've been in the past, with different vendors and whatnot. But as we've talked about it in cabinet, a couple of things. One would be to develop modules that are age appropriate at all grade levels based on those principles that are found in the strategic vision and are part of Portrait of a Graduate, almost in a playlist kind of format for schools to utilize. At the same time, I think it would be important. We've discussed a few different models of parent engagement, but my thinking would be and recommendation that the board maybe consider something like a parent application, and we run parallel as these are formed, and Brian or his team can report to a parent group. And then as these initiatives are started and completed, those groups would then expire and we would move on to the next, versus creating standing committees that are the same people, all of the time. And that way it would give parents an opportunity that want to participate during the life of whatever initiative that we're working on, have that opportunity, along with, standing input from our SECs and our principals and teachers. But this would be really in place of going out to an RFP and putting it out to vendors, which right now for me, I really struggle with this. I mean, that likely would provide probably an easier and more convenient way forward, but the cost that it would and the amount of effort and time to put into an RFP and a vendor, I think we have expertise within the district and amazing people that can help develop this curriculum. And I think if we run that parallel to parent engagement, we can accomplish all of those goals and address those concerns that we've been facing over the last few months. So I don't want to take away still any thunder, but just that's something that we've been talking about, thinking about. So
yeah, I think it's critical, that we have the SECs involved in on the process of something like this, and obviously a lot of parent input as we move forward. So that would have to be a critical component. The other part to this that's exciting is, we've had some conversation around some of the feeders being able to focus on this, some of the same core competencies at each of the three levels. So that really hits home from elementary to middle school to high school. So.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Good night. People often call me and say, I wouldn't want your job. So same thing for you. Wouldn't want your job. Humpty Dumpty fell off.
Are you talking about the high school principal job or this job?
This the current one you just took.
All right.
And all your staff. This has been just a yeoman's job over the last 2 years. Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall, and you've been trying to put the pieces together. It's been very, very difficult in this process. We're finding, as you said, disrespect and defiance. We're seeing this showing up on our dress codes, which everybody's starting to complain about. Just a way to express themselves in defiance against the system. I see just in general, people I talk with, and even some of the students, had an opportunity to teach a class, high school class, several months ago. And one of the writing assignments in English was, tell me what you're viewing in the next 5 years. I had 3 students that said, I can't tell you because I don't think I'm going to be around in 5 years. So the level of hope right now has been totally destroyed. And I think that's tying in with our non-compliance, and it's tying, if you don't have hope in the future, if you don't have hope in yourself that things will get better. So that in general, I think is something we need to work on, that's been destroyed and continues to happen with the wars and other stuff that's going on. This is continuing for our youth, and I've never seen this level of a lack of hope within our youth anytime I've been dealing with our youth. I agree on the character education. You don't have to move the SCL thing. That's been hijacked. However, the principles we've come up in the strategic plan and that's going on here, I think they're hard to disagree with. But I think we took this course away, the SCL program, the character education program, away from our middle elementaries. They're screaming, they're saying we have to have something. at our middle schools. So I agree with you, Dr. Evans. We need to move forward with that if we're going to solve this problem. Our teachers have to have something. We need to start. What we found really, the kids that are coming into middle school were having some real issues because they didn't have that foundational character education in the last couple of years that came from elementary. And we've seen an increase in rates of behaviorals because they just don't know how to, they don't know how to act. They don't know how some of these competency skills that we're not going to have them college and career ready if they don't have the emotional quotient skills, the emotional intelligence skills that they need. And we're never going to get our grades up if these kids have no hope and the kids aren't emotionally put back together, glued back together again. We could try till doomsday to try to educate them. If the Maslow's hierarchy needs, the basic levels are not met, they're not going to achieve higher education.
Yeah, as a high school principal, I've always built my schools from the bottom up, in essence, looking at self-actualization as learning in the classroom. And if students don't have their physical needs met, their mental health needs, if they don't feel included and safe and welcome, and they're not a part of the community, right? I mean, part of our job is creating opportunities for kids to connect and be a part of the school and provide opportunities for leadership. That's what intrinsically motivates kids and their learning. And I'm telling you, that's really the key secret to everything that we're doing. And that's helping every student find what makes them tick in terms of their interests, their passions, their desires, and intrinsically connecting them with learning and extracurriculars. And once a student becomes self-aware of that, their world can change immensely.
Yeah. So I support Dr. Robbins in this move that you're not going to be able to do your job until we as a board do our job and give you some tools to help you do that, because the students really need to have this foundation. Otherwise, we'll continue to have behavioral issues and all the other acting out things. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think there's a lot of work to be done. I just have one quick, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see your hand. No problem.
I wanted to thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. McGill. I was reminded of two things as you stepped up first several years ago, meeting you at a district training when I was an SCC member and you were a principal, and we were talking about some of the challenges our children face today, specifically with technology. And you talked to me about a presentation that you had developed at Alta High about what the consequences are with kids who do things they're not thinking of the consequences online. And as you remember, I emailed you later and you shared that with me. And I would really love to see, and I'm really, really excited about this, really excited about the idea of our district pulling in the expertise we have here and engaging parents like Dr. Robbins talked about. But I'm wondering how you can also build in, and I would love to see and ask if through these modules we can look at what respect means online.
Yeah.
And as I've gone out and talked to a lot of school counselors, they all say that is the number one issue in their school is what's happening on the cell phones.
I can vouch for that as a high school principal. We saw a lot of that, and it just continues to be an ever increasing amount, moving forward. And I think the whole TikTok challenge was a perfect example of that.
Yes.
I mean, we had kids doing things that normally wouldn't be involved, but you look at the extrinsic rewards that kids get from participating in that, and the notoriety and the fame and the likes and the followers, and some of these social media companies providing extrinsic incentives for kids
Yes.
to pay in other means. And so students end up living in this other world that they get influenced by instead of being, in the here and now.
Yes.
And it's influenced their behavior in lots of different ways. So I see what you're saying in terms of the digital literacy up there. And again, looking at the respect and tying some of these core components and competencies together. So,
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I was just talking to a student yesterday, and he was mentioning how he feels it's harder than ever to connect with his peers, that a lot of the connection is on the phone, and that a lot of that is really just motivated by self. How do I look in this Snapchat? How am I promoting myself? And so I see that as a big role in this character development, is helping kids connect together and recognizing the dangers and some things to be careful of online. The other thing I was thinking about was I have received a lot of communication from parents, especially at the elementary school level with bullying. And I'm just asking, I'm very interested to see how we're going to address that, especially at the earlier levels. Sometimes that's very quiet and not very visual. And I just had a parent actually from Oak Hollow Elementary, and I'm really very grateful for the slide you talked about with consequences and helping administrators feel psychologically safe and the permission to give consequences and dialogue, with the perpetrators, because that's been, I think, sometimes a hardship. Is we love the restorative practices, but making sure that those victims also feel safe and don't feel like it will be repeated because of maybe a lack of consequence. So, and then the third thing I wanted to talk about was how we can pull in great examples in our modules of our student body. So I'm remembering a video you sent to me, and I'm going to frame it as a student with special abilities that is able to draw their peers into supporting in such an amazing way. The student that gave the graduation speech with the standing ovation.
Yeah.
I was just recently at a basketball game, and we have a student with special abilities also. And he's a team manager of the basketball team. And he was hyping up the crowd during halftime to make these crazy half-court shots. And he got one in, and the entire student body rushed to the court and raised him up on their shoulders. And I think that as we can pull in examples of respect and support with our peers and have these kids see those in the modules of, what they're aiming for, and pulling out some of these great examples that we have too within our district, that would be kind of a neat thing to see.
It's a great suggestion. And as the father of a son who's on the autism spectrum, I can tell you that there was one student that made a life-changing moment at a football game when he pulled me over to the sideline, one of our SBOs, and said, "Hey, McGill, it'll be okay if I ask Braden if you could come sit down on the front row with us and cheer on the Hawks." To which at that point, my son was always headphones on, it was too much sensory stuff going on, too many distractions. He just wanted to get through the game through his device. And I thought to myself, it's never going to happen in a million years. But I said, yeah. I said, go on up there, and pointed my wife and he out. And sure enough, he got this excited, look on his face, took his headphones off. And I sat there and watched this like, what is going on right now? And he went down to the front row. And I'm telling you, what that did for him as an individual, his confidence and the connection. He looked at these kids like heroes, and that the power of one, right? That one person and that one experience. And I can't thank this young man enough for him thinking outside the scope of himself and just his peers and trying to, get a kid excited. But we saw amazing walls come down after that one experience, which was awesome. I owe that student a lot.
Wow. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah.
Examples like that.
Yeah. That's exciting because it helps inspire kids and focusing on, what you can do and what the possibilities are.
And quite frankly, I've had a lot of thinking along these lines too of, the topics of digital literacy and bullying and things of that nature. And, it being a hot topic in terms of, outside speakers coming in and things of that nature. I've thought, when I get settled in, one of the things I would love to do is actually create a presentation that I could go out to our student bodies and present. And what that allows me to do is stay connected with the kids. And anyway, that's something that's on the forefront of my mind that I would love to do. So
awesome. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Oakes.
Thank you. I'll make this brief. I really appreciate your presentation. just to the point where we've been talking about losing students and decreasing enrollment. I do think, and I echo some of what Ms. Nybar said it with regard to some of the cyberbullying and other problems. I spoke with a family yesterday that moved here from California. They were excited to engage in the public schools here. Their daughter has been the victim of a serious cyberbullying issue that's been going on in the high school. And the mother's first question was, do I need to put her in a private school? I think that this is, if we can shore this up and improve things where our students feel safe going to school, it will help us with that, because I do think private school is one of the first places people go. I mean, this came up with the discussion of the voucher bill this year, that if someone's been a victim of bullying, that they would have access to the money. I think we would have less of that kind of discussion if we were doing a more efficient job of making sure that the discipline is tightened. So anyway, it's just a thought.
Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you. So just a couple thoughts. I like what you're doing and where you're going, and I really support this idea of developing and using our in-house abilities, and on those working groups or ad hoc groups, however that ends up looking like, I think it would be helpful to have some student voice in there as well.
It's a great
suggestion. And because sometimes they can see things that we can't
for
see,
sure,
and they can express things in a way that we cannot.
Yeah.
And so that one, and then also on the attendance situation, I'm really grateful that you're looking into that. And if in your exploration and development of some policies, if it's something that we as a board need to also address through board policy, we'll look forward to hearing from you on that.
Awesome.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much. We're looking forward to all the good things to come.
Thanks, you guys. I'll take my 8-ball back to my chair now.
Okay, so next item is the final legislative report. I'll turn the time over to Charlie Evans, Director of External Affairs, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator.
I don't know. I know we've talked about Kayla. I don't know if we've ever had a chance to actually introduce her here, in addition to being our most well-connected intern. She's also our best intern that we've had, and I just wanted to bring your attention and introduce you. I know we've talked about her before, but here's Kayla. She's told me
Hello, Kayla.
She said we cannot take any questions though, so. One of the things that make Susan and I such a good team is that she always sees the glass as half empty, and I always see it as half full.
Yeah.
Half full of poison. And but despite our pessimistic view and outlook on the world and the legislature, I think we had a very good year this year, and so we're going to fly through this deck. I don't think there's anything on here that we haven't talked about before. Do you want to update this? Okay. We continued our trend of more education bills this year than we have ever had before. We had 1 year with 171, and this year we had 170. Those were all, of course, on our tracker, and we're going to talk about the highlights here tonight. Go ahead, Susan. All right, this is a sheet which we have mailed to, or we are going to email this part of our deck to all of our legislators. They're always interested in how we present to you the funding that they provided for us. And this is what we received from the legislature financially. It was a very good year for school districts in Utah. There was a total of about a 9% increase in funding. 6% of that is involved in the WPU, and the rest of that is represented there. In addition to that 9%, they also put over $600 million in the rainy day fund. which is a nice benefit that public education has. Those of you who are on the board during the 2008 downturn and recovery, remember that, you know, as we started to pull out of that recession, public education started getting its funding back quicker because of this rainy day fund than other state agencies did. And so to see them put that sizable chunk of money in there this year, I think, you know, we know there's another downturn coming. It'll be nice to have that when we do. I think all the rest of this we've talked about. And if there are no other questions, we'll move on. Do you want to just do the budget highlights?
All right, if I can, my eyes are tired if I can still read the slides. So on the budget highlights, we did some potential positive financial impacts. Some of them are grant money, but you've got students with disabilities, HB 113, HB 125, which was state transient room tax. That just allows a CTE program in hospitality and tourism to continue on. HB 273, civics education amendments, that is a grant program if we choose to apply for that. And HB, I can't even read it from here, 396, is that what that says? Paid professional hours for educators. And that one, they put a lot of time and investment in, and felt like that was widely, we were kind of laughing earlier because we looked at the list of co-sponsors and it was virtually every legislator that wanted to tell the teachers that they wanted to invest in them. So, and then the next one, we did budget highlights on ways we saved money by working to not have things pass. We won't say that we killed anything, but HB 211 school fees, that was not intentional. We supported it all the way through, worked to make it better. Leon and other business managers worked closely with that as well. And in the end, they didn't choose to fund it separately. And so it would have just come out of the WPU. And that was the death knell for many of the legislators, is that it was not funded on a line item. I do think it'll come back. I think they will bring it back and probably take care of it. Yeah. HB 305, natural resources. That was just an incidental bill that had to do with green belts and not really with public education. But as it turns out, would have taken 15 million out of public education. Charlie went running and we managed to get public education opted out of that. HB 140, government attorney fees, which would have changed how that works, and we would have ended up paying on that. And then the last one was Phil Lyman's bill that if you all didn't allow people to talk, everyone that wanted to speak it here, that there would have been some legal penalties for that. So there were some of those that we were able to kind of thwart.
So that attorney's fees bill would have worked very similar to what we're used to dealing with when we're being sued in federal court. If the claimant succeeds on any part of the claim, then their attorney's fees are paid, and that would have carried down into state courts too. So that was a pretty big deal. What of these do we need to go over, Susan?
The first one is your bill that chances are the governor will probably veto. It's was a bill that was worked on all session, but it ended up at the last night and the last hour, they ended up banning transgender students.
Transgender, yeah. It was actually, that was, I think, the last bill they did, or second to last bill, and only passed. Yeah. And it was a lot closer than I thought it was. Equality Utah did a really good job in working that bill. It only passed with 16 votes in the Senate. And the governor has said that they will veto that, but I'm beginning to sense some weakening of the knees in the governor's office. So I'll be interested to see if that actually happens. Let's go to the next one, Susan. Full day kindergarten. We've talked about this before. I'll just say one more time, at a very critical moment, we didn't quite hang together as we should have, the school districts, and it cost us about $12.2 million in my opinion, but we still got 12.2. I think we could have gotten closer to 25, but we had not some naysayers, but some of our districts that have a different set of problems than we do were concerned about it. And, you know, when that happens at the wrong moment, you lose money. and we did. We've talked about the early literacy program, which was funded and passed. Do I need to say something else about that? Period products in schools. It
I've
seems.
never heard a bill that you hear every single day of the entire legislative session, but that was it.
Yeah, it seems.
Kayla's favorite bill.
It seems odd that we had to pass the bill to do that, but that bill is passed and those products can be made available at your discretion in schools. Oh, sorry, you're right. It requires us to.
We already are, I think, but now they're required in a certain manner.
Right. So you grow your own teacher was expanded in the way that we had hoped that it would be. And that has, from what I can gather, not just in our district and other districts, been a real successful program. And they added the counselors, which is what we wanted and other school districts wanted it to. The education innovation program creates oh, that's right. Both of those create essentially what they refer to now as a sandbox, which allows people to make a proposal to have certain regulations, rules waived to try new and innovative things. And so that bill passed and could be interesting if some of our schools or teachers want to use that. The curriculum bills, we've talked a number about these. The only one that passed was Representative Ivory's sensitive materials in schools. We talked about that on the last time we were here. The rest of those bills failed. And some of those bills were pretty awful bills in my opinion. But I don't think we've seen the last of any of those bills, including Representative Ivory's. We'll see those in the future as well. I will just say, we've been very harsh on those bills here and they deserve to be harsh. I don't think there was no ill will, I don't think, by anybody that proposed those bills, just a lack of understanding of what happens in our schools and how schools would be governed. I'm hopeful in the interim that we can help educate and come to a better understanding with those people so that we don't see such draconian measures again, but I'm not making any guarantees that we want. Why don't you do this, Susan?
So the one that did pass, the sensitive materials in schools, it requires us to have a review process for a wider breadth of materials than just our media center materials. And we'll take steps. I think Dan's already advised some of you on it, and we'll be working with the policy committee. Is that correct? To figure out the next steps in that. So, but we don't anticipate that's going to be tremendously hard to line up with. You've already done a lot of the yeoman's work on that in your library policy.
Oh, yeah. So we're just leading into a little discussion on the Hope Scholarship, and I just wanted to draw attention. This is, when I say I mean Susan, who developed the slide deck. You can see how many of our children in this state go to public education. I haven't seen this for every state, but I have to believe, based on the parochial education you see in most states, that 94% is a very large number and would be among the top, if not the top, in the country of percentage of students that go to participate in public education in our state. And so we see how important it is to protect public education because there isn't a parochial education system to fall back on as there is in some states, or private education. And so we take this, as you guys do and as you guys direct us to, we take this very seriously at the legislature. And we've talked about the Hope Scholarship before and what potentially that could have meant. And we just wanted to take another victory lap here.
In Nancy's famous words, and there is hope.
In case we haven't told you, that bill failed in the legislature. And I think, as I said before, I think it went down so badly that we may have a little break from it in the next couple of years. At least that's what I'm hoping.
And then,
yeah.
And then we have the fun part. So we always get to have student groups and kids up there. This was a special day. The girl on the right happens to be Steve Ellison's daughter. The girl on the left side is one of our Jordan Valley students that came up with her mother to testify to a bill for special needs students. She's one of our Jordan Valley students, and Representative Ellison brought a book on. She was carrying a little dinosaur, if you'll see, and he said, "You like dinosaurs," and brought over a book about state raptors and read with her for quite a while there on the side, and then turned around afterwards and actually was going to purchase that book for her and get it to her. But then Jordan Valley also made, with the fingerprints of the kids there at Jordan Valley, a thank you for him for all the work he's done in that area, of which he's very appreciative. Mid-Valley students came up to the Capitol, and we had them up there for a day, which was a lot of fun to show them around. Our PTA celebrated 125 years operation in the state of Utah, which was great. And all of our legislators came that day to celebrate with them. Our South Valley Chamber and our Junior Women in Business had their day on the Hill. We had a little unfortunate time for them because they were immediately below the rotunda when the Brighton Drumline performed, which was also awesome, but very loud. So USBA Day on the Hill, you've heard us talk about where Rick and Amanda, I believe, wasn't it, who got to play drums with them. Great day up there. And then, believe it or not, we do manage to work in a tiny bit of fun and during this legislative session. And we're not all as miserable as we make it sound for the entire 7 weeks.
That's
So we are close.
That's Chase Clyde with the UEA in that picture. So thank you very much for the opportunity of representing Canyon School District. It's an honor that we don't take for granted, and we really appreciate you guys allowing us to do that. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, board? Oh, we will follow Kayla's direction and won't ask questions, but we will express our appreciation for all that you do. Sorry, was there a question down there?
Can we just ask if we can get a copy of this PowerPoint?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And like I said, we are sending that portion that shows how we presented the funding to you guys, to our legislators. They're always very interested in that, and I want them to know that we accurately represented what they did, and it was a very good year for us this year. And I think public ed, as they usually do, came out better than others in the funding. We didn't get everything we wanted or hoped to get, and we had hoped maybe get a little more on the WPU, but still, I felt really good about it.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work you do. You did at the session and continue to do, because we know the end of a session is just the beginning of the next one with all the interim work and everything. So thank you. Next is the 2022-23 fee schedule. This is the second reading. I'll turn the time over to Leon Wilcox, and who is going to turn the time over to?
Gary. He's
All
done
right.
the yeoman's work on this, and he said he could do it in 5 minutes. So
That's right. We're going to do this in 5 minutes, and I'm
Welcome,
sorry that
Gary.
everybody left and you're going to miss this presentation, but that's how things are. So I know you just can't wait for this. So House Bill, it seems like such a long time ago, but House Bill 211 didn't pass. So that's where, so we have adjusted but we do believe that a bill will come back next year. So we're not out of the woods. One of those things that will continue to keep going up. Therefore, we've adjusted the fee schedule in lieu of the bill not passing. And so what we've done, we've reduced the amount of the registration fee, and you can see their proposed fee. Registration fee will be $50 for high school. And $35 for the middle school. That's a $30 decrease in both of those fees. And we've taken out the $10 technology fee that was assessed before, because we know that we can't do that. So what it comes down to, it's $40 savings per student for each family. So we feel it'll give us a time for the schools to adjust to a smaller amount. And hopefully this year they can adjust, and then next year we don't know what will happen, but we feel that a bill will pass at some point in time to take out the registration fee completely. And we've added back the field trip fee that is for field trips taken during the day. The board rule 277 states that LEA can't charge for textbooks. So we have taken out all the textbook fees from our fee schedules, and that also consumables for math or English or whatever they have. And I think that that's probably the biggest hit for middle schools, because that's every student takes math and they have a consumable. So that's going to be a lot of money for them. So, but we talked to the principals. I was in with the principals and their leadership meeting, and they said they're going to adjust with it, and they've already made some plans. So good for that. But we have added back the consumable for the concurrent enrollment textbooks for concurrent enrollment and advanced placement. We can still charge textbook fees for those, and so we've added those back for the current year. We've adjusted all the fee schedules, and for House Bill 211 not passing, and these are the links that you can go to. These are for the master schedules, but we've also put onto each of the schools' website their fiscal year 22-23 fee schedule, and it's up to date with the changes that the schools have asked me to change, with adding classes and also reducing the registration fee and having those out there. So they are open to the public now if they go onto the school's website, each of the schools' websites, and they can see those fee schedules at this point. Basketball concessions was asked last time. They don't make a lot of money on basketball concessions, as you can see here. So anyway, these are gross amounts that we're talking about. That means that the cost of the goods are sold are not even taken out of these amounts. So it's even less than what is on here. So I, wanted to pay for referees and stuff. It's not going to happen. and depending on the school you're at too, some of them really don't, or I think, like Hillcrest, they have the baseball team was going to do the concessions, and they were going to take the money for that piece of it. But again, that wasn't a lot of money for them either. So this from here on out was the same as the last time that we met. And so these are all the same. There hasn't been any changes. So that is the end of my presentation. I hope it was less than 5 minutes. So.
Well done. Okay, board, any questions, comments on this? Mrs. Arnold? When you mentioned that the middle schools will make adjustments to not having consumables, does that mean they won't get consumables or they will get consumables?
They will get consumables, but they're going to use TSSA money and land trust money to help backfill that need.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Milliberg?
I understand not sure, or having students pay for their concurrent enrollment, but help me better understand the why they would have to pay a fee for an AP class. It seems to me that we're punishing kids for being smart.
It's just it's not for the AP class, just the textbook itself. Now, as the board, you can always.
But if you're not smart, you don't have to pay for your textbook. But if you're smart, you have to. I just want to make sure I understand this.
It's for the test, it's for the test. So the money goes straight to AP. It's not money the school gets.
I think what we're saying is that, and I should clarify that. You're right. The textbook is not, we don't have them charged for the textbook, only for the concurrent enrollment, one that are with the college, if the college is requiring that. Okay, but for the textbook, if it's in the class for the high school, We don't have them pay for any textbooks, and I apologize for that.
Okay,
That-
I just how I was reading it, it looked
Right.
like they had to pay for their textbook,
No, it's just the AP test that they have to pay for.
just the test.
However, the schools will work with their students if they can't afford it. They will help them out. I've talked to all the high school principals, and they all work with their students so that if anybody couldn't afford an AP test, they will provide a way for them to do that.
So the kids are smart, but I'm not. I got it.
No, I probably said that wrong. So I'll. But on the concurrent enrollment, the textbooks, because some of those textbooks can be up to $200,
and I'm okay with
and the student has to
They're
pay
getting
for
college
that
credit.
because they're getting college credit for that.
Mrs. Nybauer? Just one quick question. There are fees like chemistry lab fee and things like that in the high school, but that counts as part of this total, correct? I just didn't see it on your slides. When Mont raised that question, it's not for textbooks, but there are lab fees.
Yes, they are lab fees for dissecting frogs and other
Yes.
animals. I can't remember what it was, but it was an animal that I had never heard, not heard, I've heard of it, that I thought they're dissecting that in biology. Okay, that's really, that's pretty cool. Mine was a frog, so.
But that is part of their total.
Yes, and there's a class fee up to $30 per class they can
Yes.
charge, and that is for those lab supplies.
Yes,
It's
thank you.
not, but no textbooks.
Yes. Mr. Wrigley?
With the reduction on collection of fees, how much totally are we losing on that? And where are we getting that from to pay for it? I mean, it's generous to do this. We probably need to go that direction, but how are we paying for that? Because it's a substantial amount of money.
I think when we were looking at the total, it was about 1.2, wasn't it? 1.3. So half of that we're going to be losing. And Leon and I we know that we're going to try to increase the supply account for the schools to give them a little bit more money there. But also we look at balances in the high school, and they're millions of dollars. They're huge balances. So they need to start using some of that also. And next year, if the bill does pass, we're hoping that it will be funded by the state so that we would get money from that also. So I think those are the places that we're looking at to help subsidize the loss of that $40. Actually, it comes down to $40 per student. But it helps the families out a great deal.
Just wondering, I mean, it's like the WPU. If you move it over to here, you got to lose something in the process. So I just wonder what we're
So
losing.
we've been, as Gary mentioned, we've been working with the principals on the balances and looking, land trusts, our supplies, what they really need. Some of these things maybe they can do without, as with some of their activities or whatnot. We charges we can do without too. So it's a team effort because we do think that, as Charlie, Suzanne, Gary all mentioned, coming back. And so hopefully it's funded, but it may not be funded at the amount we're charging either. I don't think we'll get there.
Thank you.
I have a couple of comments, and Leon, you just mentioned it too, and Gary, you did as well, as far as not being able to charge for those consumables and expecting the schools to use land trust and TSSA. I'm not sure that we can expect them or require or ask them to.
No,
We can't guide how the SECs use their monies. We
No,
can,
this is-
we create like some guidelines, but we can't require.
No, this is from the principals. When I was in the meeting with them, the leadership meeting, they said, "Oh, we're going to use to try to fulfill, to help with the loss of that." And then Leon's also has suggested that this as a district will help also with that void that they're losing with that decrease in registration. So no, we're not going to require them to use that.
Yeah.
But the principals themselves said, "Oh yeah, we know we're going to have a reduction, and so we're thinking of ways to counteract that."
Okay, I just would caution that we be really careful on that. Because it's pretty specific that those funds aren't to be used to supplant. And so I just want to, hopefully in the conversation that is had at the schools, and Leon, hopefully you can help with that so that we can be careful.
Yeah,
on that.
absolutely. We know that the schools are developing their plans right now. They're actually bringing those to you next couple meetings. So we'll make sure of that as well.
Okay. Yeah, and I just would be cautious because to me that kind of might be a planting type thing.
Yeah.
So we just want to be careful. And then the other thing is kind of the communication piece. Now that we have these fee schedules together that are looking pretty good as far as ready to be approved, which we will need to approve them, take action at our next board meeting. But what type of communication has been done or is being done so that parents are made aware that these are available for them to look at and to provide any feedback to the board?
We haven't made anything yet. We're just waiting for the board to, give us some direction because they say it just passed and it's on their fees. It's on their websites. So they can see
That's
them
great.
right now if they go in and look at that. But if there's some other direction you'd like us to go, then we'd be more than happy.
Yeah, thank you. I realize that this has been a unique scenario this year because we were just kind of waiting on that one bill to find out if it's going to pass or not. So I think, what we've done in the past, haven't we just done a district-wide blast of communication, letting parents know that the draft fee schedules are available and then provide a avenue for them to give feedback? Is that board, are we okay with that approach? Okay. Anything else on this topic? Oh, yes, Mrs. Nybar. With your concern, it may be important to mention that when we shifted to the illustrative math, I know at least one middle school that they have been using those land trust and TSSP funds to pay for those. So it has been something that has happened in the past. Because they're as far as I know now, all our middle schools use that math and it's all consumable. It's workbooks that once the kids fill it out, we can't reuse it. So thank you. Okay. Thank you, Gary. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work.
Yes, and it's almost done. So
Yeah.
we'll get out the communication with
Yeah. And I was thinking 3 years ago when we had to make this whole shift, that was a lot of work too. So it's a little bit easier, hopefully this year than it was a few years ago when we had to make the big shift.
It's the unknown,
It's still the unknown, just that waiting.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you. And thank you to your team as well.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, last item in new business. Is that right? Yep. Okay, USBE Rule 277-328 compliance training. This is a second reading listed as possible action. I will turn the time over to Superintendent Robbins.
Thank you, President T. If you read the memo and the overview, this is in regards, as we talked before, in response to Rule 328, education equity in schools. And we've had some Lightworks present to the board a summary, and included in the docs are the actual curriculum that we're utilizing to do the leadership training with cabinet and principals. I'm proposing a train the trainer model. So essentially, once we've built capacity with leadership and principals, then it would be up to the district leadership to develop the training for the rest of our educators in the fall. So I'd like to see that leadership capacity finish up, including the board, by July. And then we would move forward with planning training in the fall. And that would also include modules developed by the state. Our understanding right now is those modules are more compliance, policy, and rule based. So I think there's a nice fit between the two. And we completed the training with the principals. And so we're moving forward with that to make some adjustments and go forward. So I don't know, you've already had the presentation at summary level. So if there's any questions, we can take that. If you want to take action on it, consider that as well.
Any questions, board? Mrs. Nybauer and then Mr. Wrigley.
I'm excited about being trained and I just am wondering, are we going to get some communication about how we're building that into our schedule with our meetings or workshops or that type of thing? If you're saying before July, when do you think we might have schedule for that?
That's a really good question, Harvey. I will work on that.
Just want to make sure I can come.
Other questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Mr. Wrigley.
It's late, not very long one. I just want to compliment Dr. Robbins and his staff. When this came out, I was really concerned how we were going to address this. There are some districts that have moved forward with that have been catastrophic, I think, from my point of view, and how they dealt with that. And their patrons have not been very happy with that also, and their staff have even quit. I think this is open to the public. They can see it. It doesn't have any of the major issues on diversity and inclusion that have been across the country in it. I think we've done a very core principle job on doing this. I'm excited about seeing it come in. I just like the way that Sunlight works and the administration has worked with them to put together a good solution to this mandated training that we've had to do. That's going to uplift our staff rather than make our staff feel bad about themselves. So thank you so much.
No, I just want to comment on that too, Steve. I think, as you mentioned from the start, this is a very complex and difficult issue. And, you know, I don't think by any means this is perfect. I think even in the training, you know, it really does challenge your values and your beliefs. But hopefully we can continue to improve that. And as you mentioned, that it's in a unifying way instead of something that divides us. But I think, you know, all of us can react differently based on our own lived experiences. And I think that's why that makes this even more challenging. But I appreciate all of our administration and our principals' willingness to have this conversation and to consider different perspectives, and also to give me feedback on things that they, you know, maybe liked or disliked in this. But I agree. I feel like it has been much more peaceable than maybe it could have been. And, you know, that's a tribute to our community, the board, our leadership, our principals, our teachers, and our staff as we work through these, and our families. So thank you.
What I really like about this is that we just didn't rush forward and say, everybody, thou shalt all take this. We're going at a slow pace. We're letting the administration take it. The board will actually take it. We'll get some more input. And when it finally goes out to the rest of the staff, we'll have a better product. It looks really good now, but we need some tweaks, as you said. But we're just not going to throw it out there and say, take it in the next couple of months. You've got to schedule for July. Then we'll be from there. We'll move it out and roll it out. And hopefully by the board taking it and upper administration, then we'll be able to get the kinks. And if there's any issues on that, we'll be able to address that then.
Okay, thank you. So this is listed as possible action, so motion would be in order.
I'm just trying to figure out what the motion would be. Reading through this thinking, I'm not seeing what we're making a motion to approve.
Yeah, so essentially at some point, the board needs to approve the training materials as required by 277328. And what's being presented are the training materials that has been created in conjunction with Sunlight Works, which are
5 months.
The agenda item just doesn't reflect what a motion would be to approve or what it is we're doing.
So are you wanting me to suggest some wording for a motion? Okay. Okay. You want to bring it back? Superintendent, is that okay? Okay. All right. We will bring it back and with wording on a motion.
And there may be wisdom in that. I mean, the state hasn't released those modules yet. So I think once we get those and just how those fit with what we're doing, that probably makes sense to pull that together at that time. So.
Okay, sounds good. Well, that concludes the items on the agenda for this evening. I will turn time over for comments from Superintendent Robbins and then from Business Administrator, Mr. Wilcox.
I just want to follow up on Principal Nawalker's comments about Social Work Week, and special thanks to all of our social workers, counselors, all of those individuals in our district that have really stepped up and supported our students and student services and Brian's team during this hard time. They're much appreciated. And also Krista Pippin from CEA's here every board meeting. We meet monthly. I just really appreciate our teacher support and collaboration that we enjoy working together. So thank her and her team.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, just the one item, since last meeting, we've had parent teacher conferences. Just want to thank all the teachers. I always look forward to that, to going to with my boys. So it's always very informative. So they're always so well prepared and so well done. So just thank you to all the teachers for hosting those. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, board comments. Let's start down here with Mr. Milliberg. And
During our meeting, probably about an hour and a half ago, my son sent me a text, and it was one of those things that comes up that says 2 years ago today. 2 years ago, schools shut down around the world. These are the biggest impacts, and it gives a list of impacts that have taken place. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's still standing. I'm done.
thank you, Mrs. Arnold.
I'm thinking that all the administration who comes here every Tuesday that we have board meetings and stays with us until 11:30, 12 o'clock at night should talk to the board about having a late start on Wednesday mornings. Other than that, I would like to say
Early out.
Either that or ask us to do an early out so we can get out of here before 11:30, 12 o'clock at night. Anyway, just thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Beware the Ides of March, right? Seems like, yeah, they always go late. Thank you for everyone and your involvement. There's been a lot of people that have presented to us today. We recognize it's taken hours and hours of effort. You guys go above and beyond on a consistent basis, and we're really grateful for your help. We know we fire a million questions at you, and you're always so gracious and professional, and probably inside you're like, really? That's a lot. So thank you for your patience with us as a board. I know that my fellow board members and I try and be thorough, and sometimes that's at your time and expense. I just want to put a shout out to some of the artistic things I've been able to attend lately. I got to go to concerto night at Corner Canyon High School. I was able to go and watch Indian Hills Middle School participate in the Middle School Art Fest. They take an IKEA chair and create something, and then they it's a contest between all the middle schools against each other. It's a riot. It was a lot of fun. And it was amazing to see the stained glass guest artists at Lone Peak Elementary School had over to the school. They have created, and I encourage any of you that can actually go on March 28th for the grand reveal, but they had the students actually get together and draw what they felt like their school looked like and how to represent that. And then painstakingly as the community, they have put this together with stained glass. It's an amazing piece of art. It's going to stay in the school for years to come. And then in the process, the kids also got to make stained glass ornaments together. So I took my youngest with me over there, and it was delightful and so fun to see the kids working together. Principal Stacy is pretty amazing, I have to say. She's created some real magic over there, along with some of her BTS and her brain booster teachers, as we heard from them today. And I was grateful for all those that came to share and speak with the board. Anyway, have a great night. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Just want to express my appreciation to our RT people tonight. I haven't popped all night long. They got me a wind guard on my mic. I don't know who was doing that. I got to send them a thank you note. But anyway, I've been popping for a year and a half here on this mic. So thank you. It was really sort of nice for somebody who sings and uses mics. This is great. I also want to express my appreciation to our board members and our administration. When I got on the board, and a couple of us, it was not unusual to have a pretty easy night sometimes and have one topic every. You look at our agendas. They're crazy as far as things. This is, I mean, amazing how many things and issues we have to deal with, and how much time it takes for the administration. We're dealing with some major issues, and we do long nights, but we really are doing good work. We really are moving the district forward, and we're dealing with some issues that I thought we'd never have to deal with on the school board. So thank you for your cooperation and working with this. These are hard things to deal with and still stay together as a board. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybauer? I wanted to express my appreciation also for the level of preparation for everything on the agenda, and to all the administrative powers that be in those presentations. Thank you so much. I wanted to also thank our teachers. I was unable to attend parent-teacher conference because the in-person parent-teacher conference was our board night. But I just wanted to throw an idea out there. We had a great SCC member at Draper Park Middle School, Jen Morrison, that came up with an idea that there was a thank you table for all of the parents and students to write thank yous to their teachers. And they organized and made sure that every teacher received some thanks. And anyone who can see through the eyes of a teacher, those parent-teacher conference nights are very long. And the level of preparation those teachers go through to do that, I just think that would be a wonderful tradition for our district to possibly adopt in the future. I related to Mont's message about where we were 2 years ago, and I believe there's some really amazing things that have come from COVID. You know, I'm reminded of that song, I get knocked down, but I get up again. But we really have grown, I believe, and this strategic plan, I think, has come into fruition partly because we've really recognized the power of connection and to keep our kids engaged, and I'm really excited for seeing that come in motion. And when we're talking about school counselors, and I believe a theme throughout this night was the mental health of our students and making sure they're thriving. And I wanted you to know there was an amazing conference this last weekend. There is a group of parents that have put together this conference for high schoolers, and they have ambassadors from Corner Canyon, Alta, Jordan, Hillcrest, Brighton, Skyline, Riverton, Bingham, Harriman, and Copper Hills. They have speakers come. Their purpose is to help students learn how to show kindness, how to have unity and connect with one another. And one of the guest speakers was Steve Nelson Sharp, which is one of the piano guys. He's a celloist. And he talked about how his ADHD was a weakness his whole life. And it was very difficult for him, and he didn't feel smart. But once he got a cello in his hands, his ADHD became a superpower, and it became a strength to him in his music. And he talked about harnessing our power within and not comparing ourselves to others. He said, this is where I'm thinking of those lyrics, I get knocked down. He said, when you fail at something, promise me you'll get back up and say, I got this, with a big smile. Anyway, they also had a BYU kicker there.
It was amazing. I pulled into that parking lot and it was packed to the gills. They had over 400 kids, just an Eventbrite. It was hosted at APA, but I just wanted to bring that to our attention as a district, that we may maybe look at also maybe sponsoring one of their events. And it was really neat to see these kids that have felt maybe like they've lost a little bit of that connection, to have that and that conference, and what a neat experience that was. And grateful for wonderful parents to see that need and to fill it. I lastly, sorry, this is so long, but one other thing, I just wanted to highlight some students really quickly. There was a student at Draper Park Middle School that reached out to me. He has created these articles about Native Americans and their stories. And I just thought, we have so many talented students in our district, and how we can highlight them and help them feel success with all the things they're doing, even outside of school. A second grader at Draper Elementary, they put together a petition for their DLI Chinese teacher because they'd read a short story, and I believe it was from Wonders Online, about putting together a petition. And these students decided they wanted a classroom pet. And so they signed this big petition about getting a hamster. They actually talked about how they would raise money with their parents to get the cage and the food, and they would take turns on the weekends. And albeit that teacher has agreed, and they now have a classroom pet. And this second grader was ecstatic to tell me about how she's making a difference in her school. So I think those are wonderful stories of success, that we are doing something right, and what amazing kids we have. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, I'm gonna try to talk fast, but I'm really tired, so I don't know if I can do it. So I attended the last Student Advisory Council, and I've never been to the very last meeting before, and it was really great to be at the last meeting and kind of talk to the kids about what they've learned and any suggestions they had for us. And they actually had some really good suggestions, so I hope that we will consider them. I'm not going to say what they are, but people there know what they are. We also, Nancy and I, and the superintendent and Leon, we all did a tour of the new Brighton High School with the mayor and the city council of Colwood Heights, and they really enjoyed seeing the school, and it is really beautiful. And I'm just really grateful that our students have that building and that our voters voted for that. Also, Brighton had the School Community Council Feeder Luncheon, and that's where they invite all the principals, SAC, PTA, chairs and presidents from all the schools, and that was really great. We haven't done that for 2 years, and it's a tradition that Nancy and I have both participated in for years. And when we were chairs, we did it, and it was actually Nancy's idea to start it, and it's really great. And we just love that they're continuing that tradition. I want to thank Charlie, Susan, and Kayla. They just did an awesome job, and as always, they are just incredible up there and just experts. And I always talking to them and seeing what they're doing and asking for their help. So they're awesome. I want to add, I know Cindy left, but I want to add one other thing that I would like us to talk about with the Draper Park Middle School schedule. And that is, I was not on the board. I don't think any of us were on the board, but possibly Steve, when we actually made the change to the 6-period day. So I'm just wondering if you can give us a history, like why did we decide the 6-period day? Anyway, I think that would be helpful for us as a board. And that is all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's late, but I just want to share an incredible experience I had yesterday morning. I was invited to volunteer in a high school math teacher at Jordan High. She invited us to come, and she had set up these different rotation things, and I got to have one station, and the kids rotated, and we learned about polygons. It was a review for a test, learned about polygons and rotational symmetry. And I mean, those kids taught me, but they were amazing. How well they understood, how well behaved they were. And the teacher sent me a thank you note, which I'm just going to go ahead and read it. It was from a student. Thank you, Ms. Tingy, for your help because it was a bit difficult for me and you were there and able to give me hints and work it out with me on the ones I didn't understand. So I got a glimpse of what it's like to be a teacher and to make just a little bit of a difference in a student's life. And it's just pretty amazing. And ever since then, I've been thinking about rotational symmetry. And for those of you that don't know what it is, with polygons, okay, so there's polygons that are all different shapes, right? They have different number of sides, and you take 360 and you divide it by the number of sides that the shape has. And that's the degree of symmetry that it has. And but the thought that I've been thinking about is it starts with the circle and 360 degrees, and then each individual shape all fits within that same circle, but is so unique and has their own unique characteristics and things. But there is that commonality of we start here and we go all the way around and we come back. And anyway, it was just pretty exciting for me, and it was kind of a bucket filler experience. So I'm grateful for the teachers that do a good job and helping the students every day. And I know there's a lot of stresses and strains about teaching, but I got a glimpse of some of the rewards as well. So if there's not anything else, I declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you all.